with high score on Tetris, Galaga, Joust. Lost my soul for these skills, I'm Faust. I've taken down ghosts and goblins, Drax, Army, even Ganon. Afterwards, Samus, give me that Metroid, this is canon. Your style is whack, your rhymes black, on your back like Glass Joe. No Capcom, we about to blow up in your face, dead on go.
Grab the sticks, take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too.
Got my sword like Cloud, cutting down all of you busters. Holographic Charizard with the shiny luster. Talking to gamer girls, I never get flustered. Remember PS2 rentals from Blockbuster? High like King Kai, cause I'm on another planet. My drink's strong like Vegeta, punching through granite. When I sober up, I'm earthbound like Mother. So I keep blue moons in the cooler like Frieza's brother. Guild rupees or rings, any currency I'm paying. Gold Schlager shots like my glass went Super Saiyan. Riding on my Nimbus cloud, no strife though. Hair on point like bo. I'm the king from E3 to PAX East, that's facts G. To every gamer girl and booth babe, get at me. In the hotel at Comic-Con, $10 due in the mini fridge. In my room with Princess Peach blowing on my cartridge. My rhymes got haste, hater mages casting slow. My backpack raps kazooie like I'm Banjo. Freaky fast rhymes, multi-syllabic flow. Your rhymes leave 'em bored like Hikaru no Go. In my cart got a golden mushroom on a speed run. Speakers blasting the theme song from Trigun. Sipping ramen like Naruto but forgot the dashi. When I say believe, I hide the I like Kakashi. My Alpha Black Lotus PSA graded 10. Flip the Lotus, now I'm driving the Benz. Doing 120 on the highway like a GTA chase. I got the windows down, driving a purple saber like Mace. I got the windows down, driving a purple saber like Mace. GG no re, leave you gamers in disgrace.
Grab the sticks, take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too.
MC Swifty, I'm the Tyler Blevins of 7-Eleven. Clerks, so my name's I'm a wordsmith, Kevin. Speed running this grind shit, Professor X mind shit. Sorry bitches, let me get it. Surprised when I find it. Take her to Kokomo, she rides me like a chocobo. Late like Toonami, bo. Haters like a rash, bandicoots no crash, cause I'm sending them down or my car driving fast. I got so much cash, I want a rapid dash. I'm hitting down burst combo way, losers button mash. Cause you're old imposters, but I stayed with my crew acting sus among us. No one's trusting blue. They had a Pepsi that color, didn't know if you knew. Can we bring that shit back in Crystal Pepsi too? Remember all that shit? Damn, yeah, I'm getting older. Get so much in my head, feel like Scully, look like Mulder. I was making references when you're in your dad's reference. I go so far back, I'm the gamest Thomas Jefferson. Keep the beats fresh, I'm on the white shroot tip. Empty my clip, white John Wick. I'm duck hunt like McScrooge cause I wanna be rich. Grabbing the sticks cause you can't beat me, bitch.
Grab the sticks, take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too.
All my gear is kiss, all hit, so I don't miss. Cruising GameStop on my Count Dooku shit. Bitcoin e-girls, give y'all my chef's kiss. Donkey Kong tie, completing all my outfits. I ain't about that internet snobbery while my inbox be filling with mockery. No pussy, nah, that ain't my quandary. Ever since I got talked into polyamory. I'm Leisure Suit Larry on the gaming scene. Your girl ride my gamer rig like a washing machine. I'm Sex Posse Goblin, pulling on my bean. Best in slot dick, so equip this pink fiend. Qui-Gon off that gin, my face like Jar Jar. Maul it like Darth now, see him fall far. Boss ass shit like Saboba with 2 cars. Even Luke had to say, you are my father. Got 3 chicks in Overwatch cosplay. Looks bad, but their heart's in the right place. Hot and bothered in her cat ears and her back brace. Funko Pop's watching me slide into first base. 151, just like my Bacardi. I'm sucking her Pikachu just to start the party. Wheezing and coughing as I lick a tongue that body. I'm a Hitmonlee doing naughty karate. Hot like Charmander, can tell she's fertile. Water gun that Bulbasaur till she squirtle. Gee, oh dude, used hardened like Metapod 10s only. No magic corpse on the super rod. Tearing up the track, Jim Raynor on that ass. You require more Vespin gas. You require more Vespin gas. You require more Vespin gas.
Take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too. Grab the sticks, take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too.
Yo, you guys just brought it. I underestimated all of you. You all still got it.
Yo, that was crazy, man. We just like instantly.
I think like all of our eyes were glowing. You know,
that was like our first. That was the first take. Like we don't even have to. Like I've never been so done.
Here's the
with
thing.
the song before.
That's just a little taste of what people are going to get at the summit. I don't know if we want to spill the beans on that yet. But
let's get at it. Let's get at it. We're all heading over there tomorrow. It's going to be at Oracle Arena, right? Nerdcore Summit 2021. I mean, we're talking seating is 28,000 we're expected to hit. I'm thinking it's going to be huge.
I think there's still tickets available, actually.
Well,
Believe it or
SeatGeek
not.
says it's sold out.
Believe it or
Well,
not.
you know,
All
by
our
the
fans,
time,
all our fans are all like, they're older now with families and jobs and shit, so they can all afford to go to a huge
Yeah,
show like
and they
this
can
that's
buy.
expensive.
They should buy tickets for their kids and bring their kids to share in their hobbies like
if
this.
they can afford it, yeah, they should do
Well,
that.
they should buy it even if they can't. Just buy
Yeah.
the tickets.
For the kids,
What
this
I'm
is
gonna say-
basically
Blue,
a
I don't know
history
about
lesson.
you.
This
Gaming is my
education.
life, and I hope it's yours too. Damn, that was hot. Damn, that was hot.
If you're
might
listening
have
to
to
this, you
perform that
might,
one.
it's gonna sell. It's gonna sell out. So don't even bother. Don't even bother looking at it. You know.
You might as well just go see the scalpers
Don't
outside
even.
the
Don't
stadium.
even. Yeah, go find the scalpers because it's gonna be sold out.
Well, who's on this? Who else is on this? Because we've got us four, right? The
All right.
Titans, the Avengers.
Let me go through the list here. All right, Nerdcore Summit 2021 features the notorious NFT,
Oh, I love him.
Oh, he's new. Hot one.
Jimmy Leet World, Secret Cow Level, Brian 64, The Cake is a Rhyme, Otamku.
Oh, that's the guy named
Just-
Tom, right?
Yeah, that's a guy named Tom.
Man,
And he likes
Otaku, that's
anime.
Not the most
he-
clever.
It's
That's
most
a very
clever.
good one.
His
I
music
actually
skills
like
is
that
just
one.
kind
a
of
lot.
stupid.
I might
but
not
his
know
music's good.
anything he rhymes about, but that's a really good one.
Rich Weeb, Cowboy Hip Hop, Black Yellow Wolf, Nintendo. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, keep reading them.
Nintendo 69, Princess Peach emoji.
Love her. Love her. Love her so much.
Hey, don't let Miss Powblock hear you saying that.
Shut! Don't
Yeah.
you say anything about my hubba, okay?
She's got her nose pressed against the window on the second floor up there, just looking down at us.
Don't look up.
Why can't we look up at
Don't.
your wife? All right,
You-
rapper. You're gonna at Nerdcore Summit 2021. You're gonna see Rapper the Hedgehog,
Oh, he's good.
Rapper the Hedgehog, Master Keef, MC Fat Guy with a skinny cartoon avatar, Bob Villain, Ghetto Mario, White Shy Guy, MC British Shinobi, Labia Majora's Mask. Fucking hell. Tay Silly Monkey.
No, I think you mean Te.
Tay Silly Monkey.
I think you mean Silly. Not silly, but
Silly Monkey.
And wait, how are
let
those
me
E's?
say it.
Are those E's in there? Are those E's or are those threes?
Well, the first one is Te, T-E-H.
Well, it's a three.
Then there,
it's a
then
three.
there is S1LLEH. So Silly, Te, Silly, Monkey, which is M-O-N-K-E-H. So that's
Is there
Te,
perhaps
Silly,
after that-
Monkey.
Is there
Yeah.
perhaps like an XD face or like
XDDDD.
yeah, there's an XD face there right after that, yeah.
Okay, who else?
Love
we
his
got?
work.
Do we have anyone else?
Oh, the last guy, Geeky Samurai.
Oh, he's good
Geeky-
too. He's really good.
Geeky Samurai. So like samurai that turns into rhyme. But yeah, that's going to be the whole crowd there at Nerdcore Summit 2021. It's going to be sick. Who are you guys excited to
I'm
see?
excited for Geeky Samurai actually because his art asks us to imagine what if there was a samurai who was geeky.
Well, I'm really excited to see White Shy Guy because, he chose the name, to describe himself, but it's also his favorite rider in Mario Kart.
I was going to say he's named purely for his favorite Mario Kart character because his rhymes are pretty lewd. They are not shy.
Well, lewd rhymes can be shy if you don't want to do them in person.
I'm
You
really
know,
looking
there
forward
was-
to Brian 64 and Nintendo 69. I just love those names. They're great guys. They came up with those names independent of each other, surprisingly.
Yeah. And they're not beefing, which,
No.
none of us are really ever beefing.
No. Well, we would never beef. We get along. We all understand this.
Well,
is a
unless we're
family.
talking about lore and someone makes a factual error.
Well, that's not really beefing. That's more
That's
correcting.
discussing.
I think it's a pretty correcting each other is not beefing. And if there is an argument, we solve it,
Are you
civilly.
sure? Because I thought that that's
Yeah.
what beefing was in rap, where it's like, Biggie would be like, New York is stupid. Oh, wait, no, he's from there. So he would say, California is stupid. And then Tupac would say, no, it's not, which is a way of correcting him about the
Well, he'd say New
superiority
York is
of the
stupid,
place.
and that's where their key
well, yeah.
disagreement.
They weren't disagreeing. They were, sort of, they get into attacks.
They would
we
make
can
corrections
disagree,
about
but
each other.
They're not
You
really
can kind of
connections,
think
but they-
about like New York is like Nintendo and California is like Dreamcast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was just kind of like...
so Biggie was right. New York is good.
Oh, because it's like Nintendo.
Yeah.
But he also said Sega Genesis in his song. What do you think about that?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a Sega Genesis is.
I don't.
Hold on, I have one in my car.
I remember him.
I'll go grab it.
What is it?
Yeah, here it is. Sega Genesis. Look at this. You know what this
okay.
is. It came out
Oh.
at the same time as Nintendo. It's
Oh,
got
well,
Sonic
I'm
the
a
Hedgehog.
Nintendo guy. Like, right?
Well, hey,
so, like,
stop.
I
Hey.
only played the Nintendo.
Stop squeezing it. You're breaking the corners.
Hey, wait, keep
No,
that
it's
away
fine.
from
No,
the table.
I'm just holding
no,
it away
stop
from the
doing.
table.
What are you doing? That's a classic. Stop doing
No,
that.
it's
That's
fine.
right.
It's fine. It's fine.
I only have 2 of these.
Don't
Stop
drop it
messing
on-
with your
I'm
break.
not. No, hold on.
Stop.
Just like
Why?
give it. Let me look at it. Let
Stop
me look at it. Let
biting.
me hold it.
You're biting the
Let
cartridge.
me hold it.
It's all messed up.
MC Swifty, the rhyme and Ronin, raise your troponin like a Big Mac. Heart attack. Y'all are whoppers because you're fucking whack.
Okay, he's writing this. I saw him writing that down. I saw him
He's
writing
looking
that
at
down.
his
He's
phone.
looking
I
at his
can see
phone.
it.
I get it. He was writing that down. That's why he wasn't talking earlier.
No, I was reading a text from
No, you were.
From
You
who?
can't.
from the president.
Let me see the text.
No, I forgot my password.
Hey, are you a bad enough dude to save the president? Remember that?
I remember that reference quite acutely.
Hey, do you guys remember
how?
how there's a lot of internet references from the late 90s and early 2000s that we just can't say anymore?
It's a shame.
Is it? Oh, remember this one. You're the man now, dog.
Yo,
I love that website. I used to go on that website every day at school.
I still go on that website.
You still? What's it like
Yeah,
now?
just to get some inspiration. It's the same as it ever was. I'm getting some inspiration on
It's
there
still
for
good?
rhymes. Yeah, it's
You
great.
Well, let's pull it up now. Let's
well,
get
I
that.
still
Let's get that
use
pulled up
I
now.
still use Fark.
And I'm on Dig
still
all
a
the
Fark
time.
guy.
Drew Curtis is Fark.com nonetheless.
I'm reading Zenny Jardin articles on Boing Boing to this day.
I
Yo.
am a daily reader of Penny Arcade.
I'm still an admin on Ding Dong.
Oh, yeah? Well, I sub to Joe Cartoon's Patreon. And you can get new kind of games where you put new people in different types of blenders.
Well,
Barney,
I pay $100 a month to watch Joe the Video Guy's videos that are only available on Smile TV.
oh, you got to get that Smile TV.
I just love web comics so much. You know, I love going on to Kotaku and they do like a little comic roundup, and I get to click on them, read them. That's my favorite thing in the morning.
Like, even though I'm still just as much of a nerd as ever, in those years, the last decade between my albums, I really kind of discovered some other gaming type of hobbies. Like, I'm kind of more well known for yo-yoing right now than I am for rapping, believe it or not. I got verified on Twitter for
Yo,
my,
when you're
for my
rapping, you're
yo-yo
yo-yoing.
tricks. Yeah, pretty much, because I say yo-yo in my songs. You're right. But
Now, yeah.
I got
was
verified
a
on
joke.
Twitter just for yo-yoing, and it's kind of crazy because there's 3 articles written in the last 6 months about how I yo-yo a lot.
Yeah, so you practiced yo-yoing a lot more after those, too.
Oh yeah, I think this could be my lane, like the yo-yoing nerdcore rapper. Like this might be.
It
like
could be
that.
the biggest thing we've ever seen in nerdcore.
You could do some tricks on stage. You do the
You know
cat's
what you-
cradle.
You could do.
The
You could
walk
get
the dog.
you get one of those one-man band outfits. You remember those?
Yeah, but what do you mean? Like I have a yo-yo on my back? Like a big
Well, you
kick
have
drum?
you have like cymbals on your
2
ankles, and
yo-yos?
you hit the
But that-
cymbals together.
He's not
You're
playing the
holding
a-
cymbals. He's
You're
playing the
holding
yo-yo.
a big drum, but you have like a kazoo or something.
But
in
he's
your
playing the
mouth.
yo-yo.
That's
He doesn't do
stupid.
any of that stuff.
I
Well,
just
I
play
think
my
you could
beats off
rap.
a
But what you
laptop.
could do is like you could have 2 yo-yos. You have one in your right
Well,
hand,
then how
one
am
in
I
your
gonna
left
hold the
hand.
microphone?
How's
Yeah,
he
it's
going to
like
do
a
rap
lapel
hands?
mic.
He's not going to be able to rap fast.
what if my
The
microphone's on my
hold
yo-yo?
on.
What if my
the
mic's on my
yo-yos
yo-yo?
are the rap hands. The yo-yos are the rap hands. Everyone sees you rapping, and it's expressed through the yo-yos.
Yo, Pow Block, your little derpina is stepping outside.
No, babe, babe, babe. No, you don't need to say hi to everybody. I know.
Let her come out.
No,
Why
babe,
can't she come out?
babe,
What, are you
babe,
afraid that one of us is going to steal her from
Babe,
you?
It wouldn't be the first time.
Well, I don't say steal her. I mean, we dated.
babe, get back inside.
It's been-
You don't
Yeah,
need to
but
say hi
you
to
know,
her.
I broke up with her.
I'm married.
No. Oh, wait. You dated her?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I thought you knew that.
No, I dated her for what? I think 2 months, 3 months.
No,
Yeah,
that
you
was-
like
It
dated
doesn't
her
matter. It
first.
doesn't matter.
you
It
dated
doesn't
her
matter.
in
It doesn't
between-
matter.
You dated her in between when me and MC Swifty dated her.
Wait, you dated her? We've all dated her?
No, it doesn't matter. Where
Yeah, but
you
it's
know
in the
what
past.
I think
It's
that
in the
matters is
past.
like
Yeah, her name is Tiffany.
that's my hubby. Okay,
Is she coming
that's my hubby.
to
No, she's
Nerdcore
staying home.
Summit?
No,
Oh, that's a
no,
shame. You
she's
should let
staying
her
home.
come.
No, she's staying home.
So she just doesn't stay inside in the house and wearing a hoodie all day?
Yeah.
Wait, you
I got
met
her snacks and I got her game set up. She's fine.
You got her snacks? You got,
got
her
her
water
snacks.
bottle?
Uh-huh. She's all set to go. All weekend.
You met
She's fine.
her at Nerdcore Summit, right?
Yeah.
All right,
And?
well, that's where I met her. And
I mean, we knew her before him.
Yeah, we
well,
knew her
she
in
was
high
on all the
school.
message boards. She was on all the everybody who has a YouTube.
All the mods,
Yeah,
all the
she was
mods,
on
were
IRC
like,
back in
No,
the day.
well,
all the mods dated her too.
it doesn't matter who dated her. It doesn't matter, and none of it matters. Okay, she's my hubby.
I thought a hubby was
I
a
think
woman.
her and I should get
How
back
bad?
together.
Is that you can call women
You mean a
hubby?
like a
Yeah.
wifey?
You can call anybody a hubby.
A hubby is like a
she-
silly
that's
monkey.
Yeah.
That's let's hold on, let me shoot a text to Tay Sile Monkey. Let him know about the hubby he can throw in there too.
If he ever
think
gets
he
married,
is
that could
well
be like
acquainted
his
with that
rapping
term.
partner.
Oh, your wife could be his rapping partner?
No, she's not. No, she's not into nerdcore anymore. That's her choice too, by the way.
Well, she used to rap.
She, you know,
Well, you don't let her anymore? Or?
I don't. Not that I don't let her. I just think it's best if she thought it was best if she stood away. Took some break.
Isn't she
Well,
on a
she's trying to-
sabbatical?
Yeah.
On a sabbatical from Nerdcore?
So does yeah. She's
Oh, it's
kinda-
sabbatical.
She's
She's Muslim too, like the orc.
just like Muslim work. Just
Just like the Muslim orc I accidentally freestyled earlier. I'm comparing your wife to her, a hypothetical Muslim orc that I freestyled on accident. You know what I mean?
Great comparison to make.
Yeah.
MC Monster Manual.
Well, it went over pretty well. Then I explained it, and it went over even better. So I don't regret it either.
Well, I understand why you would explain something to MC Powblock, because he doesn't even know about 90% of games. If it wasn't a first-party
okay.
Nintendo title, he doesn't even know what it
but
is.
then you were saying that Nintendo is so major, but then you're saying it's only 10% of gaming.
10%'s a lot of gaming.
That's
Did
not
you
a lot of
even-
gaming. That's small.
Did you even play the Soul Calibur DLC where Mario is playable?
It was. I don't think that's on the NES.
Oh, it's
Muslim,
not. It was on
Muslim
the PS3.
orc. Can I eat pork? Got with Pow Block's wife.
No.
Do I see a
he's
stork?
writing. He wrote that down. I know he's writing. I'm done. He's writing. He's not freestyling. He's trying to show us
Okay,
up.
but even so, there was sort of a diss in there, I would say, almost as if he's starting a beef rather than just a normal argument.
Well, Well, here's the thing. I'm more concerned about the beef on the grill right now than this MF who can't chill.
Well, it's looking a little
Secret
undercooked,
cow
'cause I
level,
still see a
no
little pink
beef.
there.
I'm all about Keef, because my name is the chief of the tribe. When they come together, everyone knows me, because I'm their brother.
I think
That was
hip-
freestyle.
hip-
I didn't write. You didn't see me writing down anything for that. That was all freestyle.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
you
that
could've
hypnotic's
memorized
starting
it.
to get
Yeah.
to you, man. That one wasn't
Are
quite
we,
as
we're drinking
coherent.
Hypnotic?
Yeah, we're mixing it with the dew. Didn't you get the message? 50-50,
No,
red
the
and
gamer
blue.
fuel.
Hypnotic and dew. It's like Pokemon.
Hypnotic and do. Turn your hair blue. I'm going to the zoo. How about you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think that Hypnotic's really getting to him.
Yeah, hanging with Tim the Tat Man. Oh, I'm looking like a bad man.
Oh, you
Me
should've
and
said
him
Batman.
in the basement watching Batman.
Oh, I see why you didn't say Batman.
Man, you interrupted. You didn't even let him finish. He was going for Batman. You fucked up, man.
You know, I'm not here
Yo.
to just fucking.
I'm like Wolverine because I love my white claws. I'm like Santa Claus delivering gifts while you're all working your shifts like suckers. And I'm at Fuddruckers eating the burger Smash. And I'm playing Smash Brothers on my Sega Genesis because I hacked it like a ROM. And you're all posted on MySpace.com while I'm on Instagram with the honeys in my messages. And you are all going to be sucking on my sausages.
Like Wolverine, make 6 White Claws disappear at once. Go snicked, hit 'em up, and then I won.
My name is Logan. I'm tough like a Krogan. That Mass Effect. I gave her the ass effect when I'm spanking her. We're getting it on in the closet where Paul Block actually lives, because that's where he is, in the closet. He doesn't love his wife. I dated her before him, and you guys did too, and he's afraid that we're going to steal her back. And I drink Mountain Dew.
I'm not sure that last part rhymed
That didn't
or
rhyme.
was about gaming.
That didn't rhyme.
Yes, it did.
I don't think that rhymed.
You haven't rapped once today, besides when we did all together.
Like
we
he said
just
it.
helped
He's,
you.
I
he's
just
more
rapped.
concerned about the beef on the grill.
No,
he
I
said.
got the burgers.
You're not listening
I'm
to what
flipping
he's
the
saying.
burgers. I can't. And you keep bringing up all this stuff. Talk about Nintendo.
Sitting there talking about the burgers while I'm sitting here rhyming, not like you nerf herders.
I don't know. What does that even mean?
Star Wars,
What is a nerf
dumbass.
herder?
Wars. Star Wars.
Wait, how do you not know about Star Wars when they made the Pod Racer game on N64? You fucking idiot!
Yeah, with Sebulba. You
I
know
play
Sebulba.
Nintendo. A Nintendo.
Wait, you don't even play Nintendo 64?
That came way after my time.
You haven't played a new video game in 26 years, is what you're telling me.
I play the classics only. I rapped about it. We talked about it. It was in my verse that we just did.
No, we get it, but it's just such a I think if you played like Halo once, you'd be like, oh man, all those Link sucks.
Well, Link doesn't. So Link's a hero. He's the hero of Hyrule.
It was good.
That's all in my song. High in Hyrule.
When I was a
Link's
boy.
the hero of Hyrule. He's got so many skills that make your girl drool.
I gotta ask you,
I
MC
clicked on her
Pawblock,
link and she sent me her Zelda.
Can I ask you a question about Mrs. Pawblock? Because are you making her play
No, you
Nintendo?
can't.
Are you making her play Nintendo? What is she playing up there? What is she doing right now? I guarantee
playing
you she's
Nintendo.
up there.
Her nose
she's,
is pressed
She's
against
playing
the
on
up there
window.
with a
Nintendo.
Switch.
We've got Donkey
She's up
Kong
there
Jr.
playing Breath
going.
of the Wild.
Donkey
You can see
Kong
the-
Jr. We've
You
got
can see the
Pac-Man.
fog from her breath.
What do you need? What else do you need? You just need Nintendo.
I
don't
bet you she's
understand.
playing
I don't
other
understand what's the
consoles
problem.
behind your back.
She better not be. Bubble Bubble. We got Bubble Bubble. What else do you need?
Is that
Dragon
you play that
Warrior?
on the phone? Do you play that on your phone?
No, it's not. No, it's a phone game. Castlevania, Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, Mega Man 2.
You know what? That's bullshit. Because when we went on tour after Nerdcore Summit 2018, when we went to all those GameStops, you were playing Mafia City on your phone the entire time. That's not Nintendo.
First of all, that's not a game. Okay?
It's a
a
game.
simulator.
You
It's a simulator. It's a simulator. It's like business.
You were guessing the cup that the girls had.
Yeah,
and
so
if you
when you
guess
guess the
coins.
card, yeah, no, you don't get the coin. Okay, well, you're just gonna be difficult about it. To increase your affinity with your babe, you need to guess which cup has the diamond under it. And if you guess it right, you get 3 points. And for each successive guess, you get double those points. So, you do it 4 times in a row, that is right there, 12 points just alone. In
Holy
addition to all the
shit.
points
What
you got
happens?
before.
What happens after that?
That game sounds fucking awesome.
Well, then, if you get enough points, you level up your babe, and then you get
You
new
can level
costumes.
up your babe?
You can level up your babe.
Do you
Okay,
get to
well, then
choose what they
can
wear?
you- what can you do with your babe?
Well, once a day, you can have some fun with your babe. And when you press that button, some curtains will fall down and the screen will start to shake, and you know what's implied there.
Wait, does
What?
Mrs. Pawblock know about this?
It's a simulator. It's not a game. It's not. So I only play Nintendo games, but I will play other simulators on my phone.
Could you make one of your girls an Asari?
What's that?
It's,
Yo, Power Block, I just used the John, and Tiffany was in there playing Fall Guys. Your wife is playing Fall Guys, man.
She's not. Why would she play? Okay, so you're saying she's playing Fall Guys in the bathroom? Nice logic there.
Not in the No, she's in there.
Well,
she's
then you just said you used the John, and you saw her.
She's got an Xbox One.
Yo,
There's
I'm
no
playing
Xbox
Mafia
One.
City, and and my girl's an
to God.
Asari. I'm bringing her out with 3 Panda Warriors just to start the party, leveling up my different cars. You know what? We should team up with Mafia City to just
Yes,
start
they
throwing-
should sponsor
I start-
the NerdCom. Like
I start throwing barrels. She starts throwing ass. I got Mafia City on my free Game Pass.
Oh. Hey,
on
MC
the
Swifty,
phone.
when you were inside, did Mrs. Pavlok say
Why are
anything
you
about
talking
me?
about Mrs. Pop? No,
did she
she's
say hi
never
to me?
said
Did she say
anything about you.
me?
She's never said anything about you.
Oh, Tiffany said to say hi to you,
No,
DualShock.
Oh, awesome.
Mrs.
I say hi, too.
Powblock. Mrs. MC Powblock. You don't know, or don't call her Tiffany. It's Mrs.
I'm being
MC
respectful.
Powblock.
That's
I'm
her
being
name.
respectful, saying
That's her
her
name.
fake name that you gave her for some reason.
Oh, you know what? Actually, MC Powblock, Princess Peach emoji just texted me, and she's seeing if she can come over.
Oh yeah, she can absolutely come over. I'd love for her to come over. That'd be awesome. Oh yeah, that'd be so awesome.
Yeah, you'd like
Damn,
if
you're
she
kind
came
of
over?
excited. You're kind of excited about
awesome.
Yeah,
this.
you're like blushing.
Well, we got it's a great party. We got the burgers.
You're like-
we got the hot
your
dogs.
shirt is like translucent. You're sweating so hard.
My grill's at a nice crisp 100 degrees, cooking these hot dogs and these burgers. This low temperature cooking I've just learned about.
Well, it's good. Yeah, I would say we've been cooking this for like 50 minutes now. Are any of them ready yet? Or
No, well, if you want it cooked all the way, if you want a rare burger, then yeah, give me like 20 more minutes. But if you want it
most of
medium,
the coals haven't
if
even.
you want it medium, if you want a burger medium, you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. But
Hot
if
dogs
you
on
want it
the- hot
rare,
dogs-
it'll be done in 20 minutes.
Hot dogs on the grill, Oscar Mayer. You try to come at me, I'll strike back like the Empire.
Oh!
Because I'm on my Vader shit. I'll cut your hand off, even if you're my son. Because I'm going to take you out under the sun and kill you. But I actually love you. Though I was evil due to the dark side of the Force, you forced my hand to not be worse.
That was started off pretty good.
Yo, a Muslim orc, but he's a samurai also. I don't know what he's about, but I bet he looks awesome.
We're really picking up speed here. Like, we're getting like, man, now I know why that girl's so hot.
Well, the grill's not very hot. Or
The
else
grill is
Because of
hot
these
from
rhymes.
the flames of the rhymes.
I mean, I can put my hand on the outside.
well,
of
don't.
it
It's
here.
100 degrees. That's really
Oh, well,
hot. I
it's-
wouldn't
it-
touch it.
I mean, it's
I
like
won't touch it. Don't touch it.
Yeah, if you
I've
were
only
that hot,
touched
you'd
it a
have a
little.
fever. That's pretty hot.
I'm gonna flip the burgers one more time.
How many times have you flipped them? They've been on there for an hour.
Yeah,
You
ever
keep
since we
flipping them
started
over
talking
and
about
over.
15
Tiffany, it
minutes.
seems like you've been flipping them
It's-
like neurotically almost, just
No.
obsessively.
I've just been busy. I don't know what you expect from me. I'm flipping the burgers.
All right. Well, you know,
It's
you
just
don't have to get
every
defensive.
every
or
5
whatnot.
minutes, every 2 minutes, whatever it takes. You have to cook them evenly. I mean, you guys don't even have a grill.
Well, yeah,
Man,
but
this sucks. We should just play, what's Peach emojis here? We should just go inside and play Mario Party.
oh, well, are you gonna put your shirt on before she gets here? It might be a
No.
little weird. I'm just gonna leave it
It's
off.
already
I mean.
weird. You're
Why
gonna
is
need
it
to put a
weird
shirt
now?
on.
He's outside now, but he's
You're
gonna
gonna
get,
need
like,
to put a
sunburn
shirt
and
on.
whatnot.
You're
Yeah,
gonna need to put a
maybe
shirt on before you come in my house.
Really even the odds if you put a shirt on, maybe.
What do you mean even the odds?
Well, you know, this guy's here and he's rapping and he's freestyling. He's reading from his phone. but
He's
you
not
might be able to
freestyling. He's
notice
not
that, but,
freestyling.
you know,
Well, I'm
and
gonna
your
call him
Princess
out.
Peach emoji is gonna come over and he's gonna, you know, stand there without his shirt on. You know,
I'm gonna call him out. Don't worry. I'm gonna try my best to embarrass him in front of Princess Peach emoji and my wife.
Astronaut riding a shark on my shirt. Take it off. Make a girl squirt. You guys are Elmo. I'm Ernie and Bert.
Well, that's not
do
really
you, wait,
a game.
you want to be Ernie and Bert? Is that like
Yes,
good?
They're,
Like
more,
they're
they're
cool?
like more mature, sophisticated.
They're
I
for
think
kids.
Big Bird would probably be the alpha on the set there.
No, he's just tall, but he's a pushover.
Well, but he's the biggest. He could easily kill Elmo.
You guys don't know what you're up against. I'm Snuffleupagus.
Well, I think Elmo's the boss.
You guys
Elmo's
are a
not the
turd.
boss.
I'm like Big Bird.
I mean,
Elmo's the good would
Snuffleupagus,
be
I
the-
think, could kick their asses probably. If we're going to fight here, I would pick Snuffleupagus. Like, if we're playing Smash Bros. Sesame Street,
I'd
playing
pick
him.
Cookie Monster if it's a fight.
I think I'd pick Elmo.
I think Elmo would be the worst. Coming out says he thinks the biggest man is Elmo. I'm here with Big Bird, and I'm saying hell no.
Oh, what's up?
Y'all stick your nose in everything like Gonzo. Belong in the trash like Oscar the Grouch. I'm on my couch, chilling and smoking. You guys wish you were here with me, and we're also toking.
I was about to use the Oscar the Grouch on the couch, but he took it from me.
Well, how do you know about
trying-
that? 'Cause
I'm
none of
trying
that
to
stuff
rap-
is-
that.
it's not- none of
I'm
that
trying
stuff
to
is
rap
that.
about those
Nintendo
old guys, and I can't
know,
remember
I
their
know Sesame
names.
Street because they have the game on Nintendo.
How do you know about couches? Is there a Nintendo game about a couch?
I'm not an idiot. I know a couch. You are.
I'm off that Big Bird, so I'm talking like Elmo. I know I just used this rap, but I could end it in hell no.
Ooh,
It started
okay.
off pretty strong.
Well, I just ended it the same way as the other one, but I wanted everyone to know I was self-aware.
But you just said the same thing.
Right, but it's something I could workshop later.
What do you mean later?
Like
Like
when
on
I
a new
write
album?
it, and I make a song in like 5 minutes, and whenever I feel like getting around to that.
Yeah, and luckily at the Nerdcore Summit, we're each going to do about 10-minute sets because we're all going to be
'Cause
winded by the time we rap for about a minute
There's
and a half.
also about 100 rappers
Are we-
on the
yeah,
bill.
are we
Yeah,
expected
it's
to
about
go
a
10
2-hour
minutes?
show. Oh yeah, up to 10. You could do 7. You could do 7.
Okay, well, because I got about 5, maybe
Just
3
lay
minutes.
down for the last couple minutes.
You know, I
Or
rap
just
really
list-
fast. I
just
rap,
list
I'm the
things that
I'm the
gamers
fastest nerdcore rapper, right? So I kind
Can you
of. My songs
show
are
us an
short.
example of you rapping fast, real quick?
I have to go flip the burgers, but I'm the fastest nerdcore rapper in existence. But hold on. I gotta flip these.
You're not faster than MC Front a lot.
I'm a bit faster.
He was saying, "Hold on." I thought he was about to start rapping. He just
No,
went
he's
back to
gonna
the
flip his burgers because he's scared.
I'm flipping. No, I'm not. I'm hosting you guys. I have to flip the burgers. They need to cook.
If I lived on Sesame Street, I'd be one of the humans, and all the goblet puppets are my friends, and my Lambo we're zooming.
That works. Yeah, that works. That's an acceptable one there.
Elmo isn't a human, but he's not an animal. He's kind of like a goblin, and he's red. And he lives alone, even though he's a kid.
Muslim orc, of course. He's not a dork. Sorry, I'm stuck on the Muslim orc.
I mean, you gotta workshop these things. I understand, but you mentioned MC Front a lot. He's headlining the event, right?
No, I think his grandkids.
Well-
His grandkids got something going on. He couldn't make it.
Oh, he was supposed to headline. I thought.
Muslim orc, pork he's not missing because he's always eating beef and chicken.
And he's going to need a fork.
Muslim orc with a fork, of course, eating beef and chicken. Maybe some fish if it's finger licking.
What a nice dish it would to eat in the kitchen. When you're a Muslim orc, life is bitchin'.
Not sure this one has anything to do with gaming, really.
Yeah, the orc
It
is a
doesn't all have to
stretch.
be. It doesn't have to all be about gaming. Orcs are like
No,
nerd
yeah.
shit, like Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say there's like some game like Muhammad Quest or something, and that's how you're gonna justify it.
I mean, it could be. And those guys who play that are gamers, too. You know? You can't
Osama bin
discriminate.
Laden had all kinds of games and ROMs on his computer.
Dude, he had an N-Gage. You remember the N-Gage? It was a cell phone.
When they found Osama
No,
bin Laden,
I don't remember that.
The SEAL Team 6 found Osama bin Laden, and he was doing the mod in Tomb Raider where Lara Croft's boobs were out.
He made the Khajiit more sexier in Elder Scrolls.
He was
All right.
constantly uploading to NexusForge.com.
I remember the Nintendo
he had an
DS,
account.
but I don't remember the N-Gage. Was that a Nintendo one?
Yeah, well, no. It's standard for
Nintendo Gauge.
Nintendo.
Well, you would think I would have heard about it, being the Nintendo guy. But I guess it kind of slipped through the cracks here.
I guess
it
you're
did
just
slip
not
through
that
the
much of a
crack.
Nintendo guy.
I'm the Nintendo. Well, everybody knows I'm the Nintendo guy.
Oh, wait, your wife is trying to open the
Babe,
window up
no, babe.
She's
No,
really pulling on
the
it.
burgers aren't ready.
there. She's really...
No,
God,
but stop. They're
window
not
is
ready.
locked tight.
I'll let you know. I will bring one into you. There's no need for you to come out here. Love you.
Maybe, I mean, these burgers are going to take so long to cook. Maybe we should hop in the bus, head over to the venue, check it out. You know what I'm saying? We might as well.
Yeah, we got sound check at the venue coming up, guys.
Yeah, it's already. I know the show isn't until tomorrow, we said, but they want us to sound check a day in advance.
Yeah, they want us to sound check a day, well, the night before, really.
Yeah, it's just the night before. That way they don't have to do it. That way we can just start the concert.
Well, oh, look at right here. The self-driving Tesla tour bus is pulling up.
Perfect.
All
just
right.
Right on time.
You know, I don't think...
I think by the time we get back, the burgers... Stadium. I think by the time we get back, the burgers will be done, so there's no need.
Yeah, maybe your wife can flip them for you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, so because, you know, maybe she could leave the house and flip them.
She's fine. What? She's fine. I don't know what your fixation on this is.
All right, well, I'm getting in the bus. Let's go ahead and check.
I'm getting on the bus, too. Let me just flip this burger last time.
Yeah, just one last time. And maybe cover it up so some birds don't get it. Yeah, this is pretty nice. I got captain seats all the way down in this thing.
Ooh, where's the check the fridge? See what we can drink in here.
Ooh. See here, there's a cooler full of Jocko energy drink. That sounds fun. Oh, we got some Jocko. Ooh, we got some bangs in here.
Ooh, toss me one of those bangs. Don't throw it to me, though.
This is the one with beer in it. So it's 50% bang, 50% beer. So there's that for you.
Oh, perfect. That's kind of what I need right now to kind of relax. I feel like I'm tense, and I need a bang and some beer.
Well, hold on. There's a Jocko energy drink that has CBD in it. You can take that if you want to relax.
Is there any Mr. Hyde with a Miller Lite? Do we see any of that?
It looks like there is a bottle of Miller High Life with a little bit of Mr. Hyde pre-workout stirred into it and recapped. So there you go right there.
Perfect. I'm going to grab this one.
Yo, check it out. These captain seats. Captain Picard, N-Gage, Retro Gamer, squeezing my D because I'll take any S.
Captain Picard, call him Bacardi when he's about to party because he's hardy and it don't stop.
Yo, you're playing Mario Party, Mario Kart, because I got heart.
I didn't
Patrick
recognize
Stewart, Ultimate Gamer from Oblivion. I should have chose an easier rhyme to continue in than Oblivion. And then I'm back to Oblivion, even though I ain't got another rhyme to continue in.
You just said it over and over again.
I couldn't think of any other words.
But I think all these fast rhymes might be distracting the AI that's driving this car. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but I don't think we're on course right now.
Well, we're on the opposite side of the road right now. We're on the left side.
Yeah, it's AI. It can't be wrong. It's a Tesla. It's fine.
Oh, maybe it thinks it's
high tech.
Does that tunnel look a little low? You think we're going to fit this thing in there? It's heading right for it.
No, we're good. We got it.
Yeah, you sure?
I think we're fine.
I hope nothing bad happens.
Oh, he's speeding up, too.
Well, well, that's how you get through it.
All right, buckle up.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, this is expensive machinery. I wouldn't have to worry about that.
It's also a bus. It's a bus, so there's no seatbelts. I'm looking around, seeing.
See, we're going to go right through it. Just the second it hits it, I hope nothing bad happens.
Oh, we'll be fine.
Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do-hair blue, I don't know about you. Gaming is my life and I hope it's yours too. Grab the sticks, take a hit, we don't give a shit. Chillin' at home, Assassin's Creed outfit. Grab a do-hair blue, I don't know about you.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled The Zing Podcast Network Executive Programming Meeting. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
All right, hit the record button here. Lachlan, you settled in?
Oh, yeah, I'm good to go.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start this content officer meeting at the Zing Podcast Network here, currently in the Zing Tower. Present, first I'll state my name, Rodney Cronky. I am the Senior Manager of CEO level content strategy and business development here at the Zing Podcast Network. Formerly came up in the Risco organization. And Lachlan, you want to introduce yourself for the tape?
Yeah, I'm Lachlan Walmsley. I am the Chief Content King of Programming, Administration, and CEOs. I'm a little bit jealous to hear you came up in the Risco, the sort of training program over there, because I'm a pretty fresh hire, so I feel like I have a lot to learn from you about Risco and about the Zing network, but I'm excited to get started on our fall programming,
Yeah. We got a lot of good names here, a lot of stuff to work with. Have you looked at the budget yet at all, Lachlan?
Yeah, we're looking at maybe 110 million here. I think we can work with that.
No, that's just for the fall programming. Look at the spring too. I think we get about 210 million.
Oh, hey, not bad.
Yeah, but about 100 million of that gets skimmed off the top for Near Tandon. We already agreed to that 6 episodes of that 15-minute long podcast. So
I thought you were going to say skimmed off the top for us, but I guess you wouldn't say
no,
that.
that's post skim. No, they all know what it is.
Well, actually, I'm glad you brought up that Near Tandon podcast, because actually I was on the phone with her people. I know she agreed to 6 episodes at 15 minutes each, but she's only going to have a 1 hour availability. So what we're going to have to do is record 6 10-minute episodes and slow them down to 15 minutes each to fulfill the contract. But I think people won't notice a difference.
We'll let the audio engineers fill out the details on that. I'm sure they can make it work. Whatever. We got the name. We can't talk about why, but it's dealt with. So we have about 110, about 140 million, because I do think we still have that VC guy coming in. So I think we're just getting thrown duffel bags in the lobby or something. Oh, look under the table here.
Oh, there's another duffel bag.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know if anyone's counted this one yet. Let's see here. About 10 million. I hate it when they do it in hundreds, like speed it up. 110 like that. I don't see. I'm going to eyeball this one, say that's about another 15 million. So, you know what? Let's throw that under the table. And if we need it, we'll use it. If not, we'll come back here at nighttime.
It's a rainy day duffel bag there.
Well, so let's get to it. First up, we're programming here for the spring and fall schedule. I know we got some big names. We're hoping to get as many big names as possible for this to get a lot. I mean, I think we're talking at least, 30 podcasts under original content. I'm talking, at least 200 hours of listening material from that.
Yeah, because each podcast you got to figure is going to be about 5 hours of total content. So we're going to need a couple hundred shows.
Right. And, then we have the stuff like we have weekly episodes, and each episode is like 11 minutes. So, if I'm being generous. All right, so let's go here. You got some names with you, right?
Yeah, I've got a bunch of people in my Rolodex here. I've called most of these people up, and they're interested in something. They don't know. We haven't exactly figured out what these projects are going to look like, but all these people are on board for, something fresh and something exciting. So I'm kind of thinking if we compare Rolodexes, maybe we can match up some big names to create a splash, kind of like Springsteen and Obama when they did 5 hours of podcasts that one time.
That huge that was huge. Everybody was talking about, Bruce Springsteen and Barack Obama. Everybody was talking about that podcast and all the crazy conversations they had about how humble they were.
Yeah, it was the only thing I heard anyone talk about for those couple weeks when I hung out exclusively with podcast executives.
It was everywhere. Like, people were freaking out. I think they did Madison Square Garden. They did Madison Square Garden for 22 minutes.
I think it was just played over the PA system during a Knicks game, but close enough.
Close enough. I mean, it's some of the episodes are short enough you can get them in there at halftime. All right, so I got my main guy. Do you got your main guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've got a surefire hit right here.
I think I got a heavy hitter, so let's just say you say your heavy hitter, I'll say my heavy hitter.
Okay, well, I am in talks with a Mr. Malcolm Gladwell.
Oh, very interesting, because I have a verbal contract with a Mr. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, I think we already got a show right there, because, we got the brains and the brawn, right. You know what I mean?
And they're both like old men, so it's like, they're both old rich men. Like,
yeah, it's going to be a hit. Who doesn't want to listen to that?
Every single thing that old rich men talk about is so relatable. Boats, staffed boats. Like, who doesn't know about staffed boats?
And here's the thing, Gladwell, he's the thinker, but Schwarzenegger, he's the doer. He's the governator. I think
a good logo would be is, how like when the statue of that famous thinker, I can't remember the name of it, but he's thinking, the famous one.
Oh yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that statue anyway, but he's real ripped. And he's sitting there thinking, and he's sitting on some sort of ball.
Yeah, what if that guy had two heads and one of them was Gladwell and one was Schwarzenegger?
And one of them was Arnold. Yeah, and the body would be Arnold, and then, or we could make Malcolm Gladwell the ball that Arnold's sitting on.
Oh, yeah,
so, like,
just put his head in the ball.
A cartoon, obviously, and have it be like, what are we, it's a great dynamic, but, what are we thinking? I know you just said thinker.
Wait, you're thinking of the ball, but isn't that Atlas who's holding the ball up? I don't think the guy who's doing the thinking has a ball. I think he's just thinking.
No, the guy's sitting on a ball to think.
Oh.
Maybe it is Atlas.
What if we do have Atlas just holding up Gladwell's head?
No, Atlas was on a knee with the ball above his head.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the guy who's thinking. I can't
that's what
remember
I thought you were thinking of, but then
the
I got
name of
confused
the
by the ball.
statue. But it's a famous statue of a man who's thinking. And he's kind of leaning on his forehead or his chin. I don't remember.
It's called The Man Who's Thinking and Leaning on His Hand.
And sitting on a ball. The thinking man sits on a
ball he's sitting on, though.
Well, maybe, we can figure that out and, have the art guys figure it out. But we throw them and say, we call it, whatever we call it, the thinker and the stinker. Arnold's camp probably won't like that unless we convince him that he's the thinker.
We're going to have to do a PR campaign to make him smell bad. Get that in the media a few weeks beforehand.
I mean, it's just the first thing I think of is just, that rhymes with think. What else rhymes with thinker? Drinker? Nobody wants to be, said that or, I can't think of anything else that rhymes with thinker.
Steven Pinker. We could get Pinker instead of Gladwell, and
Pinker
and then we
Thinker?
make Schwarzenegger the thinker and
Wait.
Pinker.
So where does Gladwell go on this? Because Gladwell's a way bigger get than
Pinker. I know that's true. Maybe this is tough. Maybe we have
we
on
could
Pinker as
make
the third mic. The thinker.
Maybe we could hire a person to change his name to Peter Stinker, and then he'd be so it'd be the thinker, the stinker, and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The thinker, the stinker, the drinker, and Pinker. Now we need a drinker. Maybe the guy from Cheers. Could he do it, you think?
I mean, we could get Ron White in there. We have Ron White on contract till 2024.
All right, well, this is getting more and more complex as we go.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm really worried that if we add Ron White to the Arnold Schwarzenegger and Malcolm Gladwell podcast, that he'll overrun the conversation. So maybe let's just stick with Gladwell.
Okay, let's stick to Gladwell,
Arnold.
stick to Schwarzenegger. We can come back around to the title. I think the episodes I want to have them run through Our Unlikely Friendship, where they explain how good of friends they are hours after meeting each other. I want one on relationships with our fathers and masculinity, because people really want to see the way that these very different. We got a nerd, egghead, fucking geek over here, and we got a cool, strong guy. People really want to know their thoughts on masculinity in 2021.
Well, what's the next subject? Because I'm seeing.
We want them to talk about money and the American dream, because who doesn't love to, think about how great this country is and how, we want money. Sure, we want money to be equitable, but
I feel like
we're making $60 million to do 5 hours of podcasting, so maybe we don't want them to talk about money. I don't know.
I feel like those are all very self-indulgent conversations. That if two people actually had those conversations at length with each other, they'd essentially just be masturbating together.
Well, you would think that, but we got another topic that's even more in that direction called looking toward American renewal. I think it would be really great to hear this former governor and this really smart guy just think about how do we renew this country under the wondrous Biden administration.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a thing. We lost a little bit of the political traction now that Trump got taken care of and is out of the public discourse. But maybe, I don't know, we could see another rise in maybe shootings, hopefully, if there's like another string of shootings that would get people politically invigorated for political content again. So, we could keep that on the back burner. I think that's a good idea. We just have to really hit the climate at the right time. So, maybe once we have all of the episodes in the bag, wait till like a tragedy, and we can just really hope that there's like a good shooting or like something that will like get the political discourse.
Yeah,
up
we could
again.
have Gladwell do something about the unexpected cause behind shootings.
Like, the second like
It's not
Biden
weapons,
won,
it's,
like
morals.
Michelle Obama completely quit her podcast. Like she just knew, it's like, all right, it's over. Let's get out of here.
Well, we got Michelle
we got
Obama
her
on the
checked.
hook. We got her on the hook for something, though. We want to do a podcast with her that's twice daily, that's 2 minutes long, that kids are supposed to brush their teeth to.
Oh, so it's like you're supposed to brush the whole time while so like parents would put that on for children?
Yeah, although parents get something out of it, too. I think, like, how kind of like a Marvel movie is a little bit darker than you might think. Because it's for
but
adults,
sometimes
too.
they have laughs that only the adults would understand.
Yeah, so I think something like that, but with Michelle Obama teaching kids to brush their teeth.
Well, it'd be great if we could get like a Marvel superhero to do a podcast.
Wait, maybe who'd be better than Michelle Obama about making it kind of more for the adults and than the kids is Monica Lewinsky. And she'd be something, there's something there of just like, to put it in your mouth, kids. And the adults will be like, I know what she put in her mouth. And they'll be like, I'm really smart for remembering that.
Well, I had Monica Lewinsky on my short list as well. Have your people talked to her?
No, but I mean, I think that could be great. Unless you were thinking that we pair her up with someone kind of like the Gladwell Schwarzenegger thing, but.
Well, I mean, I got a perfect person to kind of, mush this together with. I've been talking a lot to Amy Mann, and she's expressed interest in doing a podcast about cigars, just cigar culture, different types of rare cigars. She said she would smoke cigars and blow the smoke into her microphone. You could get a guy to take a picture of it, and she'd be just smoking all these cigars in like she said a small room. She'd prefer to smoke her cigars in a small room with no windows. Her words, but we get Lewinsky in there in that smoke-filled room with Amy Mann. We could do a kitschy kind of thing and name the podcast like Oral Fixation or something, even though that might be sexist. Is that sexist? There's no women that work here, so I don't know.
Is this still going to be for children to brush their teeth to, or is this a whole different thing now?
Well, maybe the first 2 minutes, Amy Mann and Monica Lewinsky lay off the cigar and oral sex talk. And, they say, hey, by the way, first 2 minutes of this show's for brushing your teeth. Adults will like that, too, because everyone's really into self-care.
Adults need to remember to brush their teeth. Yeah, it's so easy to forget these days.
And
with
especially
all
if you're
of the
smoking
stuff
cigars.
in
If
the
you're
world.
listening to a cigar podcast, you should probably brush your teeth more in general. But,
Yeah, I like
Amy
that
Mann's-
idea. 2 minutes that are family friendly, followed by 58 minutes that are not.
I am worried that it is sexist. And I think people are kind of catching up to our industry, defense.
Well, what if we
'cause
get a
we've gotten
guy in there
away-
who also likes to smoke cigars?
Well, I was saying it's just been so long that we've been able to say, I'm not sexist because no women were here to tell me not to do it. Like they don't work here. And then they say, why don't more women work here? And then I leave the room. But before that, it used to work all the time. Now they're saying we got to hire them. I'm really afraid that this project may turn out to go against us.
Maybe we put this one on the back burner too then.
Yeah, but I like where we're at. Maybe the name could use some work so it's less directly referential to oral sex.
Well, what if it's just called The Feminist Podcast with Monica Lewinsky and Amy Mann?
Well, Amy Mann was really adamant on it being a cigar-based podcast. I don't think she wants to talk.
How about this? How about this then? Smoking in the
her
girls' room.
personal life is a whole
Smoking
different
in the
thing.
girls' room.
Ooh, that's a good one.
It's very empowering for women to be bad in school.
Well, they are older women. Let's be honest when we're talking about Amy Mann and Monica Lewinsky. These are not references that I think most, even young Monica, yeah. Amy Mann among people that wear Tivas might know, but I would say the majority of young people are not super familiar with Amy Mann and Monica Lewinsky. So maybe
that's why we're gonna introduce them
as girls, underage girls that are smoking in their high school bathroom.
See, that's the thing is, since people aren't that familiar with them, it'll be easy to trick them because they don't know who these people are.
Well, that's true. Do we try to like give them some Gen X makeup or make them look rebellious, or put Lewinsky in a presidential type of dress that's reminiscent, so people will be like, "Oh, I know." And Amy Mann's probably gonna be chomping on the biggest cigar you've ever seen.
It is a podcast. I don't think they're gonna see the dress.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe I'll tell Amy to reference it or something. But she's pretty much all business when it comes to cigars. I'm not even sure she'll make eye contact with Monica Lewinsky.
So what if the, like when you're listening to podcasts, there's the picture you see. You're on Spotify. They got the picture of it. It's like an album cover or whatever, right?
Yeah.
What if that, for them, what if it's the two of them sitting side by side smoking cigars, and then in the cigar smoke, it's making their own faces above them?
Oh, that's perfect.
And then also,
maybe the smoke faces are saying the title of the show, like, our smoke's talking.
The smoke faces are also
the
smoking
feminist
cigars.
Podcast.
Yeah, the smoke faces are smoking their own cigars, and that cigar smoke says the name of the show.
All right, well, we'll get some art nerd to work on it. We'll give him $100.
Oh, and in between them, there's 2 toothbrushes also.
I'll grab one of the hundreds out of this bag of $15 million and just toss that to a person to do the art for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, all right. I think that's a pretty solid concept. I think the name of the podcast. So we got a good Gladwell Schwarzenegger project. We have a good Amy Mann, Monica Lewinsky project. I'm going to put a name out there.
All right.
And it's one name. I got Pharrell. I got Pharrell. He's got synesthesia. He does all this cool stuff. He wears his cool clothes. He kind of dresses like the host of a children's TV show. The big hats and wide brims and things like that. Hasn't really asked for much direction, just said he'll do whatever on whatever.
Well, I've got another name to throw back at you then, who I think this could be a perfect pairing. Mr. Larry David.
Ooh, Larry David and Pharrell.
This guy doesn't know how to dress himself. This guy's got a crazy hat that everyone remembers from 5 years ago or whenever that was. What if Pharrell's getting Larry David to try on the fits?
I think it might have been like 10, man. I think it might have been a long time, man.
But think about it. I mean, this guy doesn't know how to dress himself. This guy can dress. What if we get him talking outfits? We get him talking their fashion and daily routines and stuff like that,
I like that. I think that could be part of it. I don't think that's the whole idea, because these two guys, we just got to wind them up, right? I'm thinking what's hot in the podcast world right now? True crime. What do I think of when I think of Pharrell? Well, I think of Pharrell's hat. What do I think of when I think of Pharrell's hat? Well, I think that, the Malaysian plane went missing at the same time his hat was out, and a lot of people were saying that maybe the Malaysian plane was inside of Pharrell's hat.
So
now, what we could do with that
10 episodes about that.
Well, I think that Larry David and Pharrell teaming up to do a true crime podcast about the missing Malaysian plane. I think we got something here.
But if it's in Pharrell's hat, it won't take long to find it.
No, it's just maybe we have Pharrell do a short speech at the beginning, and he's like, ever since I had that great hat, people make their jokes. I don't mind, but someone once said that the Malaysian plane was in it. This made me wonder, what Malaysian plane? And I began the next 10 years dedicated to researching what happened to Malaysian plane 100 or something. and then I got my partner Larry David here to help me figure out, and he'd be like, first, I'll take the first class where he'll come up with it better than me. And we'll just let him go.
I mean, I don't know if that plane angle's gonna fly the whole way.
That's pretty good.
No pun intended there. But
too late.
I think we're gonna need something else for these two. But I like the pairing because we got the cool, younger, hip guy, and by younger I mean at least 40, right? And we got the older kind of nebbish guy. I think that pairing's good. The only thing I could think of that would be more of sort of an odd couple thing is if we want to take Larry David and pair him up with an anti-Semite instead. But I think it's easier to keep him with Pharrell. We just need like a explosive angle.
Do you have any anti-Semites under contract?
Oh yeah, I mean we got plenty of them, but I just think I don't know if they're going to have the same dynamic that he's going to have with Pharrell.
I thought I got a Wahlberg, but it turned out it was just a guy that worked for Wahlburgers. And I was trying to get some level of, racism there, but that's all I could get. He was racist, but he wasn't famous enough for me to care.
Another anti-Semite we could get is, what was the name of that guy who directed the movie about the passion of that other guy?
Wasn't that just Mel Gibson?
Yeah, but who was the guy about in that movie, the passion of that guy?
Jim Caviezel? He played Jesus. I don't think he's an anti-Semite. Jim Caviezel, not Jesus. I'm pretty sure Jesus was probably an anti-Semite.
That's what I was thinking because he started Christianity, so it's like, oh, was Judaism not good enough for you? You had to end Judaism and create Christianity? That's the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard in my life. What if we get that guy on there?
Oh, yeah, the big guy is my dad. He says stuff like that. But, God bless him. Good luck out there.
That's what he said on the cross. The big guy's my dad. The big guy's my dad.
Y'all just messed up. Well, we can't get Jesus. We can't get any anti-Semites. The other best thing we can probably do is get a major religious figure. Are any of the Bushes in good standing right now?
I mean, George W. Bush is so busy painting. I don't think he wants to do like an audio thing. He's more of like a visual guy these days.
And Jeb keeps telling me he's available, but it's just you just can't do anything with such like you can become a Republican governor with no charisma, but you cannot be on a podcast with no charisma. Like, get out of here, Jeb. What about the Bush twins?
Oh, wait. But that brings me back to our original idea. One of them could be the drinker.
Wait, so now we want to separate the Bush twins and put one with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Malcolm Gladwell?
Yeah, we can find something for the other
and even
one.
then, that's just the drinker, the thinker, and the stinker. And we're not going to do the Schwarzenegger's not going to go for the stinker. It doesn't have to rhyme either. I feel like we're kind of pigeonholing ourselves.
Well, how about this? What if
saying,
it's Gladwell with the two Bush twins, and one of them has to agree to be the stinker, so the other one can be the drinker?
I mean, they would agree to be the stinker.
Okay, let's do that. Then I think we put the Bush twins.
But wait,
with
then
Gladwell.
we're just putting Malcolm Gladwell with two dumb party girls that are now like probably just normal women. I mean, we're remembering them back in the day when they were like 22. And their dad was president. They were using fake IDs and shit. They were cool as hell. Now they're just like old wino moms. Maybe we can get the Obama twins? But I don't think they ever do anything fun. They're nerds.
Well, also, I don't think they can be twins when they're born a couple of years apart.
But they're close enough. You can just say things. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe if we can't get those twins. Remember those Coors Light twins?
I guess people are ready for a sort of 90s revival. We get them with the Budweiser frogs on there. What about one Budweiser frog and one Coors Light twin?
I feel like we got to stop splitting up what works. You want to separate. I don't know why you're trying to separate all these twins.
We don't have the budget to get Bud, Wise, and which was actually their names if you go on Wikipedia. I think we just get in there, and we get twin number one.
That frog's like 20. It can barely croak. It's got a little walker that it brings with it to every pond.
But I think it hasn't even gone to a pond in years. It just
the frog
soaks
looks
in
like
Budweiser.
Jack Nicholson at a Lakers game, just sitting there frozen like a mummy in a suit.
I think it does actually go to the Lakers games all the time and sits next to Jack Nicholson.
And they have to pour water on it every 5 minutes or it dies.
It's so addicted to beer at this point that they have to pour beer on it.
Oh, man. Yeah, and you want to work with an elderly alcoholic frog that's constantly dying.
I mean, he'll do it for cheap. He might even just do it for beer.
All right. Let's look. Pharrell and Larry David is a great combo. Let's just go ahead and stick with that. If we want to do fashion or true crime, both of those I think play. So why don't you tell me your next guy, and I'll see who I got for you.
I mean, not to keep splitting up famous pairings here. Maybe you're going to get mad at me, but Mr. Cheech Marin is really interested in working with us.
Oh, did he say on any particular subject he'd like to?
I don't know. I'm not sure that I want to prescribe that for him because he's such a multifaceted artist. But let's see who you've got and what we can come up with.
Let's see here. I think a best bet is this guy's a little bit of a wild card, and his contract is strange. But I have Joe Satriani on contract, but he won't play guitar. He's not going to play the guitar. So it's a talking only Satriani. You know, most of his
Marin, he's a musician too. They could get along around that, I guess.
If not him, I got Rivers Cuomo. But Rivers Cuomo does have a contract stipulation. He said he only wants to do a podcast about Asian women, whatever that means. I don't know what subject or what, but that's what he said.
I think we got a real head scratcher here. I wish we had that guy who's sitting in that statue. I wish he was here with us to help us think of something.
What's the name of that statue?
I think it's called Atlas without his globe. I think now the more I think about it, I swear that that's the same guy in a slightly different pose.
Yeah, that might be. Well, I don't know. Where do we stand on Satriani?
How about... Well, here's the thing. I mean, I don't mean to suggest this on Mr. Cheech Marin's behalf, but I wonder if Joe Satriani has ever smoked marijuana before.
I mean, I would have to imagine that a man who is permanently wearing sunglasses has probably smoked a little marijuana before.
But think about how boring his music is. You would think that if he'd ever done drugs, he would want to make cool sounds with his guitar.
Oh, no way. People that smoke marijuana make the most boring music of all time. They just kind of get in a riff and they just enjoy it. And they're like, this is pretty good. This is good enough. I'll just
maybe
go
you're
with
right
this.
after all. You think about
They're
the
like,
Grateful Dead. They just play up and down a little like major scale for 15 minutes and somehow
they
people
just have
like it.
fun. You know, that's the one thing that a lot of, the Grateful Dead has learned that other bands don't know. It's like, why should the audience have all the fun?
Yeah, exactly. It should be more fun for the band than it is for the audience. That is a good
Why can't
way
we
to...
just go up there and have some fun? And you know what? I found that people really gravitate towards that. But, Joe Satriani as a hard rock guitarist, I would say probably not. I think he does it.
I think that's our idea right there, maybe. Like we're saying, it's more fun for the artist to have fun than the listener. What if we get Satriani and Cheech Marin and they hang out in a room together with a microphone in there, but they're not talking into the mic. They're just doing whatever they want to do, and you're like a fly on the wall. So you hear that little lighter sparking up. You hear that guitar noodling around. But there's
so he
not
set up
really...
like an adult playpen-like recording studio.
Yeah, there's everything they might want in there.
Alcohol,
CBD
women.
beverages in the fridge, and there's everything they could want. There's a van, a dirty old van in the room. They're free to start that thing up and get rolling.
Yeah, Marin's gonna love that. Maybe we should have them together in a dirty van. You know, I bet they both have driven a lot of dirty vans.
That's true.
And however dirty, I mean, we can get this van really dirty. Like, we could drive it underground and then drive it back out underground so all the dirt's on top of it. I think, Mr. Satriani and Mr. Marin would really appreciate a dirty van like that.
All right, I think we're headed somewhere with this one.
All right, let's see here. Well, if we're going to do the Satriani and Marin thing, then you got anybody for Rivers Cuomo?
I mean, I hesitate to suggest this, but maybe like Henry Kissinger?
With Rivers Cuomo?
Yeah, I mean, he's killed a lot of Asian women, so...
Rivers Cuomo has killed a lot of Asian women?
No, Kissinger's killed a lot of people of all kinds, is what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, but he wasn't just like a woman killer guy. He was just like a whole
true. I'm just saying the people he killed, it was incidental to him who he was killing, but I think... I guess that's something they have in common.
Yeah, he was more racist than racist and misogynist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could say that to his credit. To his credit, you can say that about him.
Yeah.
That he was more racist. At the end of the day, he was more racist than he was sexist. The audio will not catch this, but I am saluting right now. All right, well, we get Henry Kissinger with Rivers Cuomo.
I mean, maybe they can talk about something else too. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get. I just honestly don't think we're gonna get Kissinger to talk about Asia, And, Rivers Cuomo is going to be there the whole time trying to change, talk about Asian women.
Yeah, that's true. If you try to talk about foreign policy, Rivers is just going to tell you
He's
which
going to talk
country
over, he's going to talk over
underage
you.
girls have sent him letters from, and he's sent letters back too. Maybe we're just going about this all wrong. Maybe we need Kissinger with Cheech Marin. I mean, if there's one guy who needed to smoke weed 70 years ago and drop out of school, it was Kissinger. Maybe now's the time.
It might be perfect to, first we kind of redo Kissinger's image in the media. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people think he's the greatest thing, but the young people, they're turning against Kissinger. I don't know why. Maybe it's all the racism, but as we stated, he's more racist and sexist, so it can be all that bad, but we refurbish his image by putting him on a more harmless Cheech Marin based podcast. We cut the dirty car idea.
Well, no, I'm not willing to give that up yet.
If Satriani would get in a dirty car, I don't think we're gonna get Kissinger in that dirty car.
But if we're helping Kissinger revitalize his image in the last 3 days before he dies, then I think it shows
it's
kind
also
of a humility.
podcast. Why are we talking about getting them a dirty car to drive around in?
Well, you can hear the dirt. You know what I mean? You can hear the grit.
Yeah, that's true. And, we want to have these be top tier podcasts because the difference in, two guys just sitting down talking and making a podcast, that's not a podcast. Who does that? You need hundreds of thousands of dollars of production value. You need multiple audio engineers and producers just to get a single episode of a podcast done. I mean, anything less than that, and, I can't believe anyone would pay for it, even at a rate of something as reasonable as $5 a month, on a Patreon account, where you get multiple bonus episodes every week. Nobody would ever pay for that. They'd have to be idiots to pay for that. Lachlan?
I know, but they'd be really smart to pay for the content on the Zing Podcast Network, where, like you're saying, everything is so meticulous and so high budget. What about that? What if, speaking of just high budget, I mean, like you're saying, we need more directors, more writers, more producers on every episode. What if, for these shows we're talking about, we bring in guest directors I'm thinking, I don't know, Mr. Quentin Tarantino. Get him on one of these episodes.
Ron Howard.
Yeah, produce the shit out of this, man.
Yeah. Steve Buscemi, does a lot of sitcom work. We can get him in there, Maybe have him sit down with Gladwell and Schwarzenegger. I feel like that'd be a perfect first guest.
Yeah.
That is if we would have dropped putting one of the Bush twins in there. Or both.
Yeah, what if we put them both in there and it's just the thinker, the drinker, and the stinker who's Arnold Schwarzenegger? Oh, Bugs Bunny, he was a stinker. Remember, he always said, ain't I a stinker? What if we have Bugs Bunny as the stinker? The two Bush daughters as the drinkers. Arnold Schwarzenegger, we don't have a catchy name for him yet.
You try dealing with Bugs Bunny's agent. I'm just going to tell you that now. It's that racist little frog. You're not going to want to deal with.
Oh yeah, he's not going to work with Zing.
No. He's not going to work with Zing. We're never going to get Bugs Bunny in a million years. Now, we could get a lesser Looney Tune. Pepe, Le Pew. That's kind of a whole bag of worms. So if people kind of refurbished Mel Gibson's image, I think Pepe Le Pew could have a comeback.
That's true, because we could have him on to talk about his past behavior, his mental health. It'd be a very 2021 thing to get him to open up a little.
We could have him do a podcast with Bill Cosby.
No, well, I mean, now you're leaning a little bit too much into it, right? I think
we could call it My Bad. It could be called My Bad.
If Pepe Le Pew is doing a podcast with anyone we've talked about today, it's going to be Monica Lewinsky, so they can share sort of both sides of that dynamic of abuse,
So we get a woman that has been abused, and we put them with an abusive man.
Yes,
that's what you're saying.
But no, an abusive skunk. I'm saying, so it's a little bit
but
less.
The skunk's well, yeah, but
he is a skunk. And he did abuse a cat who was dressed like a skunk, not a human.
But one white bucket of paint in the wrong place, and he's going to be abusing Monica Lewinsky, just like he did.
No, I mean, if he's serious about reform and repentance.
Fairly, I'm just saying, you put him in that environment, maybe we get another person in there to make sure everything's cool. Joe Satriani's a great mediator. The energy's always good when Satriani's in the room.
Is
Maybe
there?
we have-
I think there's energy to his guitar playing, but I don't know that he has any energy, personality.
Well, we
That's why he's
don't
got
really
the
know.
sunglasses on. He's so mysterious.
I've never really heard him talk that much, but he said he'll do a podcast, just as long as he doesn't have to do guitar solos.
That's the thing, is he doesn't have to talk because he makes that guitar sing. Why would
And
he
we
have to
do a
talk?
promo at the beginning of every episode. For
What
his-
if he's
every-
talking with his guitar and he never talks? He just plays guitar to show his emotion. He reacts
like-
emotionally to things that get said.
like Frampton comes alive?
No, not even a talk box. I'm just saying the riff. If someone says something he likes, then he plays a really happy riff, and if they say something he doesn't like, it's a sad one.
Okay, so who in this? Let's do a little role play here. In this situation, who is Satriani? He's on the Pepe Le Pew podcast with him and Bill Cosby.
I don't know why we still got Cosby on there. I was leaning toward Lewinsky.
All right, let's do Pepe Le Pew and Lewinsky and Satriani in the room.
Yes.
And then let's say Lewinsky says, I was just, as the president of the United States, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, and then he
What
goes
kind-
like...
Well, that seems like it would be an inappropriate riff.
Well, what riff would you have him play there?
Like a more somber riff? Can you do a somber? Which is it's heads or tails anyway, because he said he's not going to play the guitar. But what we could do,
No, we'll get him to play the guitar on this show. This is a great concept, I think.
we could get Buckethead to do stunt guitar, and we dub it over and have it pretend like Satriani's playing the guitar. His camp might get mad, but by then we'll have recorded like 10 episodes anyway, and it'll all be over.
All right. It's getting a little complicated, but I think there's a lot of potential here.
I think so too, and I only got one more name. I don't know what you got.
I was just kind of imagining more of that show, actually, of I think there could be uplifting moments too, though, like when Pepe Le Pew is like, I was talking to my friend LeBron James the other day, and it's like, whittler, 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 wow. And it's like, yeah, LeBron was telling me about consent.
Oh,
and
he
it's
did
like-
that movie with LeBron. What was it called? Oh man, what was that called? Oh, he did Trainwreck with LeBron.
Oh yeah, that was Pepe Le Pew's first movie.
Yeah, he played that horny doorman.
Yeah.
It wasn't a stretch. We'll put it that way. All right. Well, what else? What else we got? I mean, so far in all the names I'm looking at, these are $10 million of the budget so far. We still got.
You're looking for
plenty
a
of room to reach.
heavier hitter here, huh?
Yeah, I got a last one. It might take about 30 mil to pull her, but if we're ready, I think maybe this could be the last piece of the puzzle. Everybody else will fall into place. Whoopi Goldberg.
Ooh, not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna offer you back another. I'm talking a heavy hitter here. How about Bob Dylan?
Ooh, we could get Whoopi and Dylan. I mean, I think they'd go great together. It's almost like if they had like a mellowing influence. Ugh. You think Satriani would do another podcast?
You think?
I think he'd be a good mellowing influence on this. I mean,
I like that if he's doing the same thing he's doing for the Lewinsky Le Pew podcast of just playing his emotions on guitar for reacting to every single line.
well, yeah, and if he won't play the guitar, we'll just get Buckethead to do it. I'm thinking, a Whoopi Goldberg, Joe Satriani, Bob Dylan podcast. What would we call that? Now, this is a stretch, but did Bob Dylan ever name an album The Color Purple?
We could get him to. He could put it out the month before this show is announced.
And we could call the podcast The Color Purple 2, which is a sequel to the movie The Color Purple, which will
And
be
the Bob
Whoopi's
Dylan
side.
album.
And
The
a
Bob
sequel
Dylan
to the
album
Bob Dylan
is a sequel to the movie, and then the podcast is a sequel to the Bob Dylan album.
Maybe it could be a wrap-up show for each song on the album where they talk about... Or is that too specific?
No, I mean, that could kill time. I mean, if we're trying to make about 12 episodes of this show, I mean, just one per song. And then each one also corresponds to a chapter of the book.
I mean, this is something.
What about this? If we're going to produce the Bob Dylan album along with this podcast, we put Satriani on every track, just blasting away on that guitar. We get Whoopi Goldberg doing spoken word passages of the book on like... what if Whoopi and Bob Dylan alternate line for line spoken word over Satriani songs for this album?
Honestly, I want to I want to jump out of this meeting right now, and I want to call Satriani, and I want to say, I know you said that you wanted to do a single podcast where you talk and don't play the guitar, but what if you do 2, maybe 3 podcasts
And an album.
and you go produce a Bob Dylan album with him about the movie The Color Purple? Would you be interested in doing this substantial list of things? Because now I'm thinking about it, with the whole reason that the Gladwell and the Schwarzenegger podcast didn't work is they didn't have a mediator.
I mean, here's
Like
the
Joe
good thing.
Satriani.
The good thing about Satriani is that he's about the cheapest person to hire of everyone we've discussed today. We can put him on 6 projects and make it happen, you know?
I'd throw this duffel bag at his house. He'd be our property.
The only way he can get us is if his lawyer tries to charge us per note for his appearances.
Lawyers always are trying to do that.
Yeah, if he's charging per note, we're gonna get
client
fucking
will
taken to the
only
cleaners.
play per note. That's yeah. I think that works. You know, Satriani, we get him on the thing. You know, he could be the stinker.
Yeah, why not?
And you know, if all this fails too, we can take Amy Mann from the Lewinsky Project, and we can put her, and she'll be the stinker because her cigars stink so much. And we'll say Arnold's the drinker.
there
So it'd
we
be
go.
the drinker, the thinker, and the
No,
stinker.
what about this? Okay, what about this? What if we injure Arnold, pretend like it's an accident? Oh, I poked you in the eye with my pen, and now your eye's fucked up, and he becomes the winker. And she's the stinker with the cigar. So now we got the thinker, the drinker, the winker, and the stinker.
Wait, we have 2 drinkers?
Yeah, the 2 Bush twins.
Wait, they're still involved?
They're both involved, yeah.
No, there's too many people in the room because Amy Mann was very clear in her contract. She wanted a very small room to smoke cigars in.
Well, the 5 of them will be crammed in a very small room, like the
Crammed in a
smallest
tiny-
possible.
Arnold's a huge guy.
Well, what if we just put them all in the dirty van with
She said like a
Cheech?
shed,
Oh, he's
like
the
a
stinker
shed.
too. He's another stinker because of his weed.
They're all going to be stinking. They're all going to smell like cigars.
So then it could be the thinker, the drinker, the
Amy
winker,
Mann
and the
doesn't
6
stop.
stinkers.
She lights her new cigar with the burning end of her last cigar. It's a 24/7 cigar ride in the Mann household. All right.
So
Well,
are you saying the dirty
we
van's
get
a
two
good idea or
drinkers.
a
We
bad
get 2
idea?
drinkers, 2 stinkers.
We only have
Gladwell.
one winker. Now, if we're going to mess up Schwarzenegger's eye, we only have one winker. Should we have 2 winkers to be on par with the
We could
the
get
stinkers?
Monica. It's a little bit of a crass joke, but we could also put Monica Lewinsky in it and make it a 6th person, and she's the winker and then we'll say it's because Bill Clinton ejaculated in her eye. But then we can't call this show the feminist show anymore
Well, we just won't.
for many reasons.
And also, wait, we forgot we had Pinker. We had Steven Pinker on board. So now we have the thinker, the 2 drinkers, the 2 stinkers, the 2 winkers, and Pinker.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think anyone we've talked about today is going to be happy about any of the assumptions we've made today.
I think that if we explain this last idea to them, we get them all in the room together, get them here at the Zing Tower, and we explain the concept of this podcast from start to finish.
All right,
I'll be
all right.
stunned if someone's not on board.
Let's say Pinker, Stinker, the 2 drinkers, the thinker, and the other stinker. All right, let's say I'm them. Oh, and the winker. I
Yeah.
think that covered
Well,
all
there's 2
7
winkers
people on the
now.
podcast. All 7 people sitting here. Sell it. Say, what would you tell them?
Okay, I would say this. Mr. Gladwell, I've read all of your books. They're all very smart. You're something of a thinker, am I right?
I think he would say
You would
yes.
say yes. Okay. Amy Mann, I see you're smoking 2 cigars at once right now. You're something of a stinker. You're stinking this room up a little bit, right? Is that fair to say?
I don't like it, but I'd say it's fair.
Okay. Arnold, can you move a little closer to me over here? I want to say something to you.
Okay, I'm moving over here.
Oh, shit. I got you in the eye with my pen. Oh, my God.
I have to wink now.
Oh no, I'm so sorry that happened, but you can see how that's convenient for me because now we got the thinker, right? We got the stinker, and now you're the winker. Is that fair to say that you're the winker?
I guess it's fair to say that I'm winking right now. However, I thought Monica Lewinsky was going to be the winker.
Why would you ever make that assumption about her?
Well, what is she then?
No, tell me why you would make that assumption.
Because of the I believe Bill Clinton did some stuff, and presumably, a common joke of sex stuff is maybe he got in her eye and then she's a winker.
Oh, hey, I didn't say anything, but Mr. Schwarzenegger, you got this great idea. Ms. Lewinsky, maybe you should be on board and be a team player about it.
Oh, I think it's a great idea. That's what I imagine she would say.
Okay, great. We got both winkers on. Okay, now we got to get the drinkers. We got the two Bush daughters in here. Hey, remember when you two used to drink all the time? What if we call you the drinkers?
We have families now. We're just kind of normal people. But yes, I guess you could call us the drinkers.
Okay, good. Look, so far so good. Steven Pinker, is it fair to say that your last name is Pinker? Could we call you by your last name for this show?
If you have to.
Okay, and Cheech Marin, you like to smoke weed, which also stinks. Can we also call you another stinker?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd love that.
Okay.
Hey, do you have a dirty van that was maybe underground for a little bit?
Yeah, what if we get all you guys in the dirty van and then we film or we record the show in there, and it's called The Thinker, The Two Winkers, The Two Stinkers, The Two Drinkers, and Pinker. And there's two or three I can't remember how many stinkers we got now, but anyway, it's immaterial. You all just get in the van, smoking and talking and having fun.
Hypothetical Amy Mann is raising her hand.
Oh, okay. Amy, yeah.
Does this van now, are the windows able to roll down?
If you'd like us to keep them permanently locked, we can do that. But we could also it's up to you.
She's nodding up and down when you said that.
Okay, well, we'll keep those windows locked. We'll even make sure that the door can't unlock unless you give us a sign, and we'll have someone come pry it open with a crowbar.
All right, that sounds perfect.
I want to thank all of you for having a good sense of humor about this. This was a really easy hypothetical meeting to get everyone on board.
Yeah, I honestly was really skeptical, but that hypothetical meeting went so well that I'm like, we almost have to do this,
I think that's looking like our
because we're the real
show.
artists, and we're just taking risks,
Yeah, I think our risks are going to pay off. I think, like we saw in that meeting, I think it would be crazy for any of them to think that that's anything less than a great idea. I got at least one more thing in the hopper I wanted to bring up here.
Yeah, let's go for it.
I don't know about a pairing for this. We were talking about true crime earlier, but we kind of just pivoted away from true crime there. So maybe we need to work in that true crime space a little more.
Yeah, I think if we can just come up with 10 true crime shows rapid fire,
Yeah. I'm thinking, now hear me out. What about Jane Goodall doing a true crime show about what she experienced hanging out with those chimps? They had to be committing all kinds of crazy shit out there, right?
Oh,
what if she breaks down chimp crime for us and we could get mad at these chimps for their unsavory behavior.
Well, I know that chimps are often killing the children of other chimps. So Jane Goodall, I guess, would be talking about that. But, I wouldn't know if that's considered crime for an animal to do. If a dog
the chimps
bites
need to have
you,
their own laws to break, right?
Yeah, I think a chimp would. What if I told you, hey, don't do that? You're breaking the chimp's laws. What would you say?
If I am I the one breaking a chimp's law?
Yeah.
I would say, well, I am not of a chimp community, so I don't really care.
Well, that's the same thing the chimps would say to our laws, if they could verbalize it, in language form.
Are you trying to say that we need to get a chimp on the podcast with her to debate this? Just a morality and ethics podcast between Jane Goodall and a chimp?
I don't think we'll find a chimp who can debate Jane Goodall. I think maybe we could get a lawyer talking on behalf of the chimps. So they would be like a defense attorney saying why this isn't against the law for a chimp to do. And Jane Goodall would be the prosecutor trying to sentence these chimps to death.
Well, I mean, honestly, now that we're talking about having chimps on podcasts, honestly, if we just find a good cigarette smoking chimp, that could be another stinker for our flagship show. Just throw them in the dirty van with all those other guys. Now we got 3 stinkers.
Another smoking monkey into the van?
Yeah.
So then we would have 3 stinkers.
Yeah, we might need another drinker to even it out.
I don't think we do. If we do, we can get another monkey who's drinking or something. They like drinking, you know?
Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah. There's that good YouTube video where they're stealing all those tropical drinks on the beach from people or whatever.
Yeah, but again, that's like, you know, maybe we show that footage. You know, it's really hard to do a show on chimps without showing chimps, but I think we get that footage and we play the audio from it. And then we have the defense attorney tell us why that wasn't a crime. And we'll have Jane Goodall say why they need the death penalty for stealing alcoholic drinks in the tropics.
Yes, because here's the thing. I think I would take her side in that argument because the chimps are so smart. They know they're being bad when they're taking those drinks from those people at the resort and then drinking them up. They know they're doing bad stuff. And if they know it's bad, it should be illegal for them to do bad stuff.
You know, how do you know that they know it's bad? They're just trying to get away without being attacked by humans.
But they know they wouldn't be getting attacked if it wasn't bad, right? They're only getting attacked for their bad.
Can they be bad
behavior.
if they don't understand the concept of property?
They do understand property because they know they're stealing it from the... If they didn't know that it belonged to the person, then they would just take it right out of their
body
hand.
language expert?
No, but I'm imagining I'm Jane Goodall right now, just like you were imagining you were 8 people in that last one. This is what Jane Goodall would say, because she's such an expert. She would say, yeah, they know they're doing something bad. They wouldn't take it right out of their hand. They're sneaking it because it's bad.
Have you talked to Jane Goodall? Do you know if she wants to condemn chimps to death?
Well, if she's a moral person, she would.
Well, you know, that's... I just think we're making a lot of assumptions.
Okay, well, so
I think we've been making an insane...
Let's do your show then, where she says, "Oh, chimps can kill anyone they want. There's no laws for chimps."
That's not what I'm saying. What do you have against chimps?
They just do illegal stuff all the time, and I think there's a good true crime podcast in there.
Well, yeah, maybe we can do, you know, a true crime thing. We can talk about chimps getting poached, you know, and getting harvested for, you know, their... I don't know what a person needs a chimp for, but they're harvesting them.
I guess a coat or something?
I don't know. Muscles?
Oh, like a cursed monkey paw, I guess.
I guess. Or maybe teeth or something, but I thought that was mostly elephants' big tooth that they wanted.
Or maybe the poachers, they're just mad the chimps stole all their cigarettes and cocktails, and they're coming for revenge.
Yeah, but maybe that would seem more like a crime that a human would do. So I think then it would just be a true crime thing about men attacking animals.
And it's between a poacher and a chimp, or who's on this show even?
Well, I'm not sure. I just don't like the direction we're heading, and I'm getting very nervous about a pro chimp killing crime podcast.
Well, what if we have just a podcast that's only 2 chimps, one in favor of chimp laws and one for chimp anarchy and chaos, and then we start a Zing podcast network for chimps, and we've just opened up a whole new demographic.
Well, chimps don't have any money is going to be our big problem here.
Maybe we could get them to do labor for us, making Risco tablets, and then we'll give them a Risco.
Now
so they
the
can
Risco
listen to the Zing podcast network.
We've already tried to get monkey workers. It doesn't work.
There's probably some kind of labor laws or something.
You can barely get them to wear makeup without everybody
some kind of like
out.
Post-Flintstones labor laws that got put on the books.
Yeah, dinosaurs. I mean, donkeys, horses. You can still do whatever you want to.
There was that whole Flintstones craze in the 60s when that show premiered. Everyone was just making animals do free labor after that.
Yeah, just
and it was like, all right,
washing machines and stuff. And it doesn't work for most, but if you can get an animal that does free labor, then you're just printing money all your life.
Yeah,
but what else do we need? We got. We gotta fill out some of the lower tier stuff. You know, I'm thinking I got a nephew that you know, New York University guy, real smart kid, just really needs some like potential. So I was thinking of throwing him like $100,000, doing like you know, like a sci-fi. He said he wants to do a scripted sci-fi podcast that's every week and every episode is 8 minutes long. So I think, you know, we can give him $100,000 for that. He's just a kid getting started.
It's just 100,000. Let's cut it down to 4-minute episodes every week.
Yeah, I mean, just get like a quick 5, right? So it's a weekly podcast too. So you listen to the episode.
5. How about this? Opening theme song. Let's have an opening theme song. I bet Satriani be glad to play on that. We'll have a closing theme song. That's another minute right there. And then we'll have a preview of the next week's episode. So really, we got about 2.5 minutes of content in there he's going to have to write every week.
Yeah, so, he's going to take care of that. I want to get some people, like some nostalgia podcasts, like, have like a 40-year-old man go and rewatch like Scrubs. And, that'll probably get like 200,000 people listening to it.
Well, how about what about this? What if we get two 40-year-old men together, but with different cultural tastes, where you got one guy who wants to reminisce about Scrubs, and the other guy is Keemstar, who's also 40, but he just wants to watch 18-year-olds play video games.
Well, then what would they talk about?
They're like, oh, can we change to YouTube? I want to watch an 18-year-old play a video game. And the
so
other guy
we're,
like, no,
we're
I wanna
watching them watch it?
Yeah, and we're watching them argue over which one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Actually, how about this? What if that 40-year-old guy is Zach Braff? And Zach Braff is like, I want to watch that episode where I was saying all that shit in it. When I was listening to the Shins in that episode.
Zach Braff already had like a 3-minute podcast, and he's already quit doing it. Once they're out, it's hard to like get him interested in doing it again.
All right, I'm just trying to help.
Well, all right. Well, we got to get some true crime stuff. So let's do a bunch of stuff that, every crime's kind of already been covered is the problem. Every woman that gets her foot cut off and is like doused in a dump, like every one of them has been, revived and looked at. I say, let's start lying.
Oh,
and make
we find real
crimes.
people. We take real people and give their home addresses and private information, and then make up crimes that they committed that are horrific.
Let's make up some crimes,
and then
we'll
week,
say it's just spec. We'll have a intro at the beginning saying it's just like, it's speculation.
Yeah, and we'll play that one at 300% speed, so it's harder to understand what he's saying when he says it's speculation.
Yeah, and then we'll constantly like attack them online to try to get them to respond.
Yeah, no, we're going to try to get the fans to attack them so we have plausible deniability. Like, hey, we're just making up stories about real people and giving their home addresses and seeing what happens,
All right, so I have some knowledge here. So next year, Gimlet is doing 7 podcasts on FOMO. I'm not sure how those are going to turn into. They haven't come out yet, but investor groups are saying get going on FOMO because FOMO is going to be
coming
big.
Back. What about this though? If okay, memes are cyclical, right? Like ICANN has cheeseburger. That's funny again, right? That's great, again.
Right?
So what about FML? Fuck my life. I think that's coming back. What if we head off Gimlet at the pass by one-upping their FOMO with FML? And I think I've got just the guy for the job, too. We recently managed to poach Andrew Hudson from E1 podcast.
Oh, really? Oh, that's a big get.
Yeah, the listeners are probably wondering, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Why haven't I heard him in like 2 weeks? It's because we poached him here at the Zing Podcast Network.
E1 made a statement about where is Andrew Hudson.
Yeah, the people want to know, but they'll find out soon enough when they hear his new FML show. I think he's the perfect guy. He's got a great internet presence. He loves saying, all his shit that he says out there, like dudes rock and whatever. It's really funny. So I think that'd be really great to get him on some FML content.
You know what? I'm looking through right here. He's gonna be. Oh, perfect. I got the perfect person. Andrew Hudson's going to host the new podcast FML with Nico Lowell, the OK Boomer girl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
now we're talking.
So we'll have them and Andrew Hudson, and we'll just let them riff, right?
Yeah.
And, they'll tell stories of, like, embarrassing first dates, right? That's what, like, the FML stuff likes, right?
Yeah, I think you're onto something here. Maybe get a little like, Satriani on there?
Maybe a cute story about when you saw your crush and you were clumsy and you just wanted to die,
Yeah.
And we'll get
Andrew Hudson would be perfect for that.
I can imagine the logo now. We get Andrew Hudson, with his lips pursed, looking super great, and we'll get Nico Lowell in a big blowout wearing like a bikini or something, and then it'll be like, they're both making frowny faces, and it says like FML, and We'll get Andrew Hudson to tell some crazy stories of dating. I'm sure he'd love that. Yeah, I haven't run it by him yet, but
yeah,
I'm sure
this show
he'll
could
love
go
it.
forever. This sounds like a really evergreen concept.
Yeah, no, totally. I think we get a couple, and after that we just get like 10 crazy people. Like I don't know, you can get Jesse Farrar to do another one. You can get tons of people to kind of come in there and do some stuff for us.
Yeah, maybe we throw Jane Goodall in the mix.
Did you already sign Jane Goodall? Why are you like? I feel like you're really determined.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that.
we signed her to 5 different chimp-related shows, so I'm just trying to think. Maybe she does an FML show about chimps where she says like the most epic fails that she ever saw chimps do or something, you know?
Ooh, that's a good. We could have Jane Goodall as a guest on FML.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm saying.
We could ask Andrew if he's ever seen any. Andrew would ask her if she's ever seen any apes on first dates.
Exactly, it's perfect.
And talk about how I love canceling people, but I also hate missing out on stuff. It's going to be perfect. It's all the classic Andrew Hudson humor you've come to expect.
Yeah, I think all the broke losers who listen to E1 aren't going to be able to afford the Zing Podcast Network, so I'm not sure how much pull he's going to have from his former audience, but I think that he's going to develop a thriving new audience on the Zing Podcast Network.
Oh, 100%. We'll get him a personal trainer, more selfies. It'll be easy peasy. I'm actually looking at my watch now. The big man's about to get here, so we got to go set up.
All right. Oh, the big man. I know you're talking about the Chan man.
Yeah, Jackie Chan. We're trying to get him on an exclusive podcast contract.
Right away, I got an idea. What if we have him on an ASMR thing that's just him like doing his karate moves and you just hear them instead of seeing them?
That's a pretty good idea. I hadn't thought of any ideas before the meeting, so let's just stick with that one. ASMR karate with Jackie Chan.
Yeah. Oh, man.
We could call it like Morning Delight or something inscrutable.
Sure.
All right. Well, let's go meet up with him. Pack up here. I'm going to go ahead and cut the recording right here. For everyone at Risco and the Zing Podcast Network. Again, signing off here, Rodney Cronky, Senior Manager of CEO level content strategy and business development.
And this is Lachlan Walmsley. And actually, you know what? I got to take a call before this meeting, even because Arnold is on the phone. And I think I'm going to explain to him the idea behind the thinker, the 2 drinkers, the 3 stinkers, the 2 winkers, and the pinkers. So I'm going to take this call right now.
Don't tell him he's a winker yet. You haven't hit his eye yet. All right, let's get out of here. I'm hitting the button. Bye-bye.
The following is an archived podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled The Fuggos. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
On July 9th, 1971, the Fuggos first appeared on our TV screens and began to entertain families across the planet. First broadcast on CBS, now syndicated on thousands of networks worldwide, the Fuggos captured our hearts and made us laugh, even if they were so fucking ugly that audience puked buckets every night. 50 seasons later, the Fuggos are still as relevant and recognizable as ever. Just premiered a new season of the Fuggos on TV last night. Now, the Fuggos were originally started as a zine by Jackson Fielding in 1967, but it has evolved to include movies, video games, and believe me, tons and tons of merchandise. We gather here today to celebrate 50 amazing years of the Fuggos, and to talk about the impact this monumental show has made on pop culture. My name is Roger Dew. Joined with me today is Sinclair O'Malley. Sinclair, how should we get started to talk about such a groundbreaking and revolutionary TV show?
Well, Roger, there's so many interesting and fascinating parts that are quite exciting to discuss. You and I have spent countless nights awake, deep into the evening, burning the midnight oil, talking about the Fuggos and the genius of Jackson Fielding and everything about it that encompasses what we love about American television, American comics, because it did start out as a comic strip initially, and really to kind of that culture of these long-running traditional shows of the American family and family values and kind of the different archetypes and scenarios that come up that really inspired, I mean, television as it is today, and even film and books and movies and even podcasts. But I think as any great story, we should start from the beginning.
Of course. And you said it, the amount of social traction that the Fogos have gotten based off one, silly little family that you really capture our imaginations. And as America grew, so did the Fogos, branching out towards advertising and branding and T-shirts. Everyone's seen the T-shirts. And let's start where you suggested, right at the beginning. Jackson Fielding sitting in a studio apartment in 1967, where he draws, with very little explanation, a very, very ugly family. And that was the first comic strip of the Fogos. How would you explain, the beginning of the Fogos in your own words, Sinclair?
Well, as we've mentioned, it began as a comic strip. It was a very conceptual, piece of work at the time, because really you had there's the 1960s, and this is coming out of the 1950s with the nuclear family and the ideal of the American dream. Going into the 60s, you had a little bit of a turn in culture. Things started to get a little bit more funky. People were doing new drugs. There was new music. Vietnam was going on and beginning in the 60s, and you had a lot of kind of things turning on its head, really quite literally a paradigm shift. And the psychedelic feeling was just around the corner. The summer of love would be coming soon even, and Jackson is in this tiny studio apartment in Columbus, Ohio, where he actually was born and raised. He had recently moved back there after failing to make it in Los Angeles, California. And he was a little bit demoralized for quite a while, working odd jobs here and there, working in warehouses and factories. And
this is a man that's known for his perseverance, a Korean War veteran.
Korean War, exactly. He did, I believe, 5 years in the Marines, and surprisingly survived a nearly fatal gunshot wound. It wasn't actually in Korea, but one of his fellow Marines had shot him, and when asked how this came about, was it an accident, was it intentional? I mean, how could it be intentional? He said it absolutely was intentional, and apparently the other Marine did not survive because Jackson had to defend himself, and he killed him with his bare hands. And
that was in Korea?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it was in Korea or if it was back in California on base.
You make it sound like he was just off duty and he got shot, correct?
There's a lot of different versions of this story, and it gets quite kind of foggy. But as I understand, Jackson always had immense remorse over the incident, and he dedicated the first strip of the Fogos to this person.
His name was Winston Mealy.
He didn't put his name on in the dedication. It was a little bit of a nickname, but it was known to the company what that nickname referred to. And I understand Jackson's way of saying, "I'm sorry I had to kill you and I had to crush your trachea with my thumbs." But maybe he should not have shot Jackson. I mean, this is many, many years ago, so over 50 years ago.
In many ways, that iconic gunshot wound that Jackson Fielding had in his neck, it brought him a lot of notoriety as a writer. People would joke around, especially on set in the writer's room of the Fuggos, that you could always hear Jackson coming because the wind would whistle right through the hole in his neck around the corner. You can just hear him whistling on by, and they would start pretending to work. He kind of gained a certain dangerous mythos after that, and that's the early season of the Fuggos, which to be honest, probably most of us wouldn't even recognize as the Fuggos today.
Oh, absolutely not. And interestingly enough, Jackson, we'll get into his the creation of the Fuggos, but Jackson with his he had that scar in his neck that was as he called it, drafty, and also was apparently the cause of his signature gravelly kind of velvety voice, and that paired with his astonishingly gorgeous face. Like Jackson Field,
he was a beautiful
a lot
man.
of guys who are behind the scenes kind of guys, creators of shows or producers or writers, there's a reason why they're behind the camera, behind the scenes. But Jackson, my God, he was like Warren Beatty back then. He dated hundreds of celebrity women, and many of them regret that it didn't work out with him, and many have alluded that he ended it, and he alluded that he was not good enough for them, or that they should go and marry some old fling that they were had saw again.
I'm no good for you, baby. The only thing I'm married to is open road.
They all had this kind of feeling like Jackson was always kind of that one that was different, and they always wondered. And Jackson kind of just always went his own way, and his true real marriage was to the Fuggos.
Oh, 100%. Let's shift gears a little bit. There's always going to be more Jackson Fielding content later. Remarkable man. But as we talk about the Fuggos getting on TV, Fuggos being in a zine, why don't we go ahead and go one by one through these characters, and we can just talk a little bit about,
I want to. What was he? Where did he get this inspiration? Where did it come from? Was Jackson a ugly child? Did he come from an ugly family himself? Did he want an ugly family? Did he wish to be ugly himself? The answer is no. The answer is unequivocally no. Because Jackson hated ugly people, in particular ugly families.
He despised ugly people, like you said, ugly families. And, he would often talk about his profound disgust of being in a fast food restaurant. And then, a 4-person family would come in, and every single member of the family was incredibly ugly, but in their own way. And, it often made him get so upset he would stop eating and leave.
He wouldn't eat for days. He was actually quite slim at 6'3". He was very lean, and he had a pretty handsome build, wide shoulders, and kind of a nice taper. But he was able to keep that weight off because he would go out to a restaurant, and he said that in Ohio there's just so many ugly families he would lose his appetite. Sometimes he'd lose his food all over the table, or his brand new shoes.
Jackson was such a neat freak as well that, he would sit down at a restaurant, he would get a big white napkin, he'd place it on his lap, he'd get another big white napkin, he'd tuck it into his shirt, he'd get his fork and his knife, and he'd get ready to eat that hamburger. The whole process took about 5 minutes. And if a single ugly person entered his line of sight during that time, he would slam the hamburger down in disgust and immediately begin just a flurry of obscenities to the ugly person's direction. A lot of the time, this was a profound conflict within the town of Columbus because the people he was yelling at didn't know just how ugly they were.
Well, it's quite normal, in the Midwest. These families, they're generations of the ugliest people you'll ever meet.
Their bodies have just been eating corn sugar for 40 years straight, and just evolving downward into a pile of sloppy jelly.
It makes you wonder if, like, Jackson might not have, he might have benefited from kind of like a Jack Nicholson kind of move, wear sunglasses indoors all the time. Maybe so dark that he can't see their faces or make them out.
Maybe a blindfold even to
right.
help him eat.
A man of such passion and distinct tastes and very particular opinionations. You'd think he might even like pluck his own eyeballs out. He was like the Mishima of cartoonists, and I think that only someone like him could create something so unique and simultaneously revolting and beautiful as the Fuggos.
That's well said, Sinclair. It's well said indeed. I believe now might be the opportunity for us to go through a few of the iconic
Let's talk about them. Let's introduce the family. They need no introduction, but let's get all our ducks in a row here. Let's set it all up and let's dive in.
Let's start with one of the fan favorites, the patriarch of the Fuggo family, Papa Fuggo, a.k.a. Duber Fuggo. I mean, belly laughs, always kind of falling down. His classic catchphrase. I'll give you the honors. Tell me what his catchphrase was.
I mean, he has a few he has like the little one where he goes just like the oh geez, and the one that everyone constantly was quoting when I was growing up was "I'm so sick of being ugly," and and it was kind of like at times in jest because I think that the way Jackson wrote them and even later on after his departure, the Fuggos I think like being ugly. I think it makes them who they are. I think they're and that's very quite true because what would you do if one of them was normal looking, handsome or beautiful? Even I mean, what would the show be? It wouldn't feel authentic at all. And Americans are about authenticity.
How would you have a show that is just like some normal family doing normal family things? No one would pay attention to it. All right. How do you really get attention? Well, a lot of people think the way to get attention is to be pretty, to be beautiful, but no. And I think Jackson saw this better than anyone. The real way to get attention in this world is to be very, very, like, heart-crushingly, like, super just fucking ugly. Like a dog's ugly. Just dog shit.
Well, I don't think dogs... I think dogs are quite cute. I think a lot of dogs are quite handsome and beautiful. Some are, very regal. You look at the Alaskan Husky. That's a perfect creature. If you're to say the Fuggos look like a dog is an insult to a purebred Alaskan Husky, I would say it looks more like a Husky's asshole, maybe. But
right, like a troll's asshole, like a.
If you were to tell me that the Fuggos were found under a tarp that was in your uncle's backyard for 10 years, I would believe you. I would say absolutely that's where they came from. They appeared one day, and they're just quite horrendous,
They're really quite awful. Duber got a lot of the attention early on in the show. From his catchphrase claiming he didn't want to be ugly to the iconic episode, the iconic Duber episode where he gets locked in the zoo, the Fuggos go ape. I mean, I would say that was probably, if you're looking at the early seasons, like seasons 1 through 12, before the Fuggos really got going, the Fuggos Go Ape was one of those episodes, and it was very much a heavy Duber Fuggo episode.
Well, it is quite funny how all the animals had to be evacuated, and Duber actually fell into the tank with the penguins, and the penguins, never seen anything like this before, all died upon seeing him. They all had heart attacks, and
after that,
I don't know if they thought he was a predator, or if their bodies, their little penguin hearts couldn't handle it. But it was quite funny, and it was quite endearing when the rest of the family, Anita and Gomer and Mimi are walking around the zoo, and they're like, where are all the animals? Where are all the animals? And then they see their dad in the tank, and he's sliding on his belly like a penguin into the icy water, and he almost dies of hypothermia.
Oh, yeah. And the, the whole big climax of that when, Mimi and the boy, what's the boy's name?
Gomer.
When Mimi and Gomer, they steal the rope, to get him out, and Papa Fuggo's so slimy from slipping around he can't even climb up the rope anymore. And then they finally tip him out, but it turns out he fell right into the orangutan exhibit, which they all began throwing up immediately too. The Fuggos really started the real ascent of the Fuggos, in season 10 there. And, they really found their groove, kind of in season 13. But let's switch gears a little bit to Anita Fuggo, Mama Fuggo, the more kind of sultry in your face one. Big, crowd pleaser there, especially when her character kind of came into her own in season 14. Sinclair, any thoughts on Anita Fuggo?
Yes. Well, the thing that separates Duber from his wife Anita was kind of Anita's humanity, I think. I think Anita sees the world a little bit more gray than Duber. Duber is a little bit more simple, black and white. And Anita kind of recognizes that, we are ugly, but we are in our own way beautiful, which is, of course, horseshit. But
right, which is not the intention of Jackson Fielding at all.
That's not, but that's what makes
he would
that,
get
you gotta
incredibly mad if people said that. He'd get so upset.
Well, I think, I don't know if he'd be upset. I think that was intentional because you have to have a little bit of a dynamic, the Fuggos know they're absolutely disgusting.
Oh yes.
They don't own a mirror in their home. Why?
Because they keep breaking.
If no one else wants to look at them, why should they have to look at themselves? Is kind of their mindset, I think, and which is very legitimate.
Well, unless you're Mimi Fuggo and you keep sneaking mirrors into the house.
Mimi's episode where she has that makeup addiction is really one of my favorites. The episode, and she goes and she buys some red lipstick. She saves up her money and she buys some red lipstick, and she thinks, this will make me beautiful. I'm going to look like Marilyn Monroe, or I'm going to look like Jane Fonda. And it's like, no, you're just going to look like, a monkey's dick.
Well, she got most of it on her teeth and just had all the lipstick on her teeth. And, and then she went into, the whole reason for that episode is they're setting her up. She was going to be in the debutante ball, and they set it up so that, Gomer was supposed to pay a kid to bid on her. And then, he ended up giving the guy too much money. And so there was a brief second where the entire school thought, hey, maybe Anita Fuggo isn't ugly.
Well,
and that's until the boy pulled out his tire iron and started to go to work on her legs. It was a great Fuggo prank. But I think
to Mimi's, to her, chagrin, the other contestants of the debutante ball were large sows from the local farm, and the bidders were all a meat packing company. So it was a prank where she was in a factory alone with a bunch of cows.
And
the boy that she wanted to, go on a date with ended up, taking one of those big old pigs on a date and, kissing it. And I thought that was so cute. I thought it was adorable.
And a lot of people say, oh, poor Mimi, but she got the last
It's a
laugh.
coming of age episode.
Well,
there's many of those. That's kind of like her thing. She's the older one. Those waters have to be treaded by someone. You have to show those stories of growing up and what it's like to be an American kid and becoming an American adult and kind of the in-between awkward phase. And Mimi, she goes from being this kid, and then she hits puberty and somehow becomes uglier because of puberty, which was, I thought, very significant because we all remember that time in that period of our lives where our body is changing. We don't know what's going on. Our bodies are in some weird awkward phase. Our faces look like baby faces still, but we have, hairy arms, or our genitals are developing.
We got zits and pus and bags of mucus
our arms
attached
are too
to our
lanky
body.
and weird.
Yeah,
We look kind of like big pink
too much
apes.
skin, extra blood, way too much hair.
And Mimi Fuggo, she did not, she wasn't well endowed or anything like that. They didn't write her to be like some girl that's like this hot girl at school. She hits puberty, she finally comes into her own. It's like, no, she gets uglier, and she needs uglier glasses now because
when we're going to season 18, she got made fun of at the science fair, so she made mustard gas, and trying to run out of the cafeteria, her back brace breaks. That was a classic episode.
And then the principal confiscates the brace from her. He says, if this thing's going to keep breaking, then you don't get to keep it.
Let's interrupt. We've talked about Duber and Anita. We've talked a little bit about Mimi. And you say the mayor. Let's talk about Mayor Handsome. Probably the breakthrough non-Fuggo of the show, if I'm right. Agreed?
Oh, 100%. Mayor Jonathan B. Handsome is primarily, to some, the hero of the series because
of course,
he wants them out of his town. He wants them out of his city.
Well, a lot of people don't remember this. If we're going back to his first appearance, which was season 5 in 1976, is when the mayor shows up. And when they first meet the mayor, he is just a co-worker of Duber Fuggo. But he's so motivated about how ugly Duber is. And then he meets his family, and he sees how ugly that family is, that he thinks, I have to get into politics to keep these people down. These people are too damn ugly, and big laughs and whatnot. But really, that idea set the template of the Fuggos for the next 45 years is how is the mayor going to get the Fuggos out of his town? Because they're too fucking ugly.
I think that the Mayor Handsome is kind of where the show started to take a turn in the right direction, because many of the episodes are him coming up with a scheme to get rid of the Fuggos. Sometimes they work and the Fuggos are gone, but there comes to a point where Jonathan subliminally kind of realizes he needs the Fuggos to find meaning in his life. When they're not around, he starts to see himself in the mirror and going, maybe I'm not as handsome as I think. Maybe I'm not as handsome as people think. It's just that these Fuggos are in my town and they make everyone else look great. So maybe they should be here, and they should have the right to live here as citizens and be our neighbors like the rest of us. And then he sees them again, and all of that he completely forgets, and the whole thing starts over again. It's this big cycle.
It's like, damn, these are too damn ugly, and the crowd loses.
The season finale of season 10, where he goes to their door on Christmas morning, and this is the Fuggos Ruin Christmas. It's one of my favorite episodes. He goes to bring them some presents. A toy truck for Gomer, a tennis racket for Mimi, and stuff like that. A big lawnmower for Duper, like nice gifts. And they answer the door, and Mayor Handsome sees them again because he always forgets how ugly they are, and he puked so hard his heart stops, and he wakes up in the hospital. And the Fuggos are all around his bed and wishing him a Merry Christmas. And he goes into cardiac arrest again, and he dies right on the bed.
And he dies again.
Dies right there. And then he goes, and then he's up in like heaven, and Heaven's talking to him about the Fuggos, and
Heaven's talking to him,
and Heaven. St. Peter at the pearly gates. He's up in heaven, and they're talking, and they're like, "Aren't you the one that has sent the Fuggos here multiple times? We had to send them back because they're so damn ugly." And he admits to it, and they send him back because they said, "No, you're not coming in here." And
not till you take care of those Fuggos.
Well, where are those Fuggos going? I mean. They can't go to heaven. They can't go to hell. there's been many episodes where they're killed, and then they get to come back because
yeah.
where else are they going to go?
Yeah, it's like, what are we going to do with them? They don't know. The universe doesn't know how to deal with these Fuggos. They're just too fucking ugly.
It's simply just that they're too fucking ugly, and they're actually it's actually grating to.
Well, let's cover Gomer Fuggo for a second.
Probably the most iconic member of the family.
Oh, 100. I mean, he's on all the T-shirts.
His blue and white striped shirt, his little shorts. Gomer really
He's got those nunchucks that he carries around. He's always knocking out people's windows with them.
Gomer is an interesting character because he hits puberty at about 7 years old, which is disgusting. And, and they allude to his school members allude to his huge penis and his pubes all the time, and they say it smells.
Yeah,
so you have
like pheromones.
You have this ugly little boy walking around
this
school.
Little 7-year-old that just reeks of pheromones.
He stinks like a man who hasn't showered in a week.
He stinks like a hockey team after a game. He stinks like a hockey bag. And he's just like a walking hockey bag.
And if there's a bad smell and you're looking for this bad smell and it's driving you crazy, and then you see the source of the bad smell, this bad smell like worsens, it like doubles. So you smell the stink coming around the corner, and then you come around the corner, and Gomer is picking up his lunch that he spilled all over the floor, and you go, "Oh, that's definitely it." And then he turns around, and you see his face, and I mean, you feel sick to your stomach.
I mean, even if you look at the episode you were talking about, A Very Fuggo Puberty, right? Where Gomer Fuggo, he's about 7.5 years old. He hits puberty at the exact same time as his 12-year-old neighbor, Zitz Manchego, which is, of course, the son of another famous character.
Dennis Manchego.
Dennis Manchego, yeah. And, at the whole time, Gomer's showing Zitz, the ropes of puberty. He's like, you got to rub this leaf on your face. You got to pop the zits. Don't wash your hands. Giving him bad advice on purpose to kind of mess with him a little bit. It was just like a very, very pure Gomer episode, where he helps Zitz get even more zits. He puts ghee butter on his face in order to help that out. And then, they all show up to school on Monday morning, and the whole school throws up, and the episode ends. I lost it. That's a classic Gomer one.
I thought it was very sweet in the summer episode. Summer's out, summer break, and Gomer is excited to go to this big Summerfest, and he wants to win this stuffed bear for his crush. And her name is Jenny Kaminsky. And she's very young, just like him, and she's the love of his life, as far as he's concerned.
She
comes from a prestigious family.
She's supposed to be this beautiful, well-to-do, girl, and then there's Gomer with his nasty fingernails.
She's a star athlete. She's a ballerina. She's an A student. She's student president. All these things, and Gomer is in love with her. And then he has no hope because the more handsome boy, Dennis Manchego, who is not actually handsome, but in comparison to Gomer, he's Jonathan Taylor Thomas. And, Gomer is a bit, he's a bit demoralized by all this. He thinks, that's the girl that I love, and I want my first kiss to be with her, under the fireworks and everything, and all that. All those things we go through as kids. And something beautiful happens in the episode. Gomer sees a bee's nest, and he thinks maybe I can get her some honey. And like, if I give her some honey, some fresh actual honey from a honeycomb, she might think that's sweet, like literally sweet. And I thought it was a very cute gesture that they wrote that, but Gomer gets stung very badly by the bees, and then
in the top of the head,
it ends up making him more handsome. And then Jenny sees him after he's stung by the bees, and his face is disgusting looking from all the swelling from the bees, but he looks much better than he did before. And they end up having, long story short, they end up having a kiss on a rowboat under the fireworks, and it's a very heartwarming.
And the second those bee stings go away, she doesn't even recognize him anymore, and he's like, oh, maybe I'll.
Well, the episode ends with her pulling a gun on him. She pulls it out. She said, "My dad gave me this." She said, "If you ever get close to me, I should use it." And
most episodes end with somebody pulling a gun on the Fuggos,
right? Or they end up in prison, or the prison court, in court,
hell or heaven.
The warden kicks them out, and
I want to talk about my favorite Gomer episode, and this might help us, translate a little bit because we're still talking about a lot of the early seasons here. I think the very first episode of season 12, that was the golden year of the Fuggos. I think that was the funniest year in TV history ever. And to kick that off was the best Gomer episode. The Fuggos take the big test, where Gomer has to go to a new school, and that this new principal sees Gomer and sees how ugly this kid is and assumes that Gomer is dumb and starts giving him dumber classes, dumber tests, dumber whatever. And, Gomer's not dumb. He's not smart, but he's not dumb. He's just ugly. And, he was talking about the prejudice that, people have. When they see an ugly person, they assume that they're super dumb. And so the whole episode, the Fuggos team up as a family to prove that Gomer is just ugly. They get IQ tests. They get verified. They make the principal listen to Gomer talk while he has a blindfold on, so he has no bias. And it ends with, Mimi and Gomer teaming up to slash the principal's tires. And that's just such an iconic episode. He chases them out with a gun. Credits roll. Bada boom, bada bing.
It's a bit surprising that it ends with the principal killing them execution style. But you're like, deep down, you're like, well, finally, good riddance. But they're going to be back the next week because it's a cartoon.
hell's not gonna let them last there that long.
Right. There's an episode where they're on the space station. They shoot them out in a capsule. They're like, bye, bye, bye. And then somehow the capsule is picked up by an alien spacecraft. And they're the reason why they never even attack Earth. They have this big plan to sort of war with humans and conquer Earth, and they see the Fuggos. They're like, well, if this what humans are, we want nothing to do with that place.
Oh, and how could we have gone 38 minutes or whatever, how long we've gone, without mentioning the Fuggo family dog, Ding Dong?
Oh, just such big, fat, ugly slob of a dog. Just rolls around everywhere, drooling.
Slob. Oh, what's so funny.
The minute you touch it, it farts out a big green stink cloud.
The episode A Dog's Day in Court, where Mayor Handsome hatches a plan to get the Fuggos in trouble by rubbing his hands with a bunch of raw meat to try to get, Ding Dong to bite him. And he successfully tricks Ding Dong into biting his arm. And, as it goes to court, the mayor's fighting really hard to get Ding Dong put to sleep, because he's killed the Fuggos, he's killed them, arrested them, but he's never killed Ding Dong, thinking maybe this one won't come back and I can really get these guys for once. But while they're in court, as we all know, Mimi and Gomer snuck over to the mayor's house into his dog kennel with a bunch of chocolate-covered chicken bones. Gave them to all the mayors, all 12 of his purebred Pyrenees. They all keel over and die. Meanwhile, in court, the court decides in favor of the Fuggos, which makes the mayor furious, but as long as Ding Dong gets all of his teeth removed. From that season on, you can see it. Ding Dong has no teeth for 38 seasons. One of the best, non-verbal characters there, Ding Dong.
I think Ding Dong is. I mean, there's the season 14 episode where Duber is very, very drunk, and it's New Year's Eve, and the rest of the family are out of town visiting Anita's parents, and Duber had to work because of the holiday. And he's at home, and he's drunk, and they're listening, Frank Sinatra or something is playing, and he's just slow dancing with Ding Dong, holding him up in the air, and he's just hanging there, his big, fat, spherical body, and Duber's just drunk and drooling and sweating. all over the room, and the whole it cuts to the outside of the home, and the whole neighborhood is outside of the home, watching this the scene through the window. And you think it's gonna be it's very heartwarming from inside, and he's alone and it's sad. And then the whole neighborhood, they all begin loading guns and aiming them at the window. And the mayor, he gives the fire, and they Waco the house. They Waco the whole thing.
Oh yeah, the Waco, they burned down the whole house. So funny. And then they're in hell, and they're like, "Hey, who sent you ugly fucks? Get out of here!" And they jab them with the pitchfork, and they go flying back to the surface. It's always so good. I think one of my favorite Fuggos episodes is The Ugly Will Inherit the Earth. And that's right, at the tail end of season 16 there, which are still pretty good. Maybe not some of the best years, but I'd say, a lot of these episodes are season 17 through 26, and those are all amazing episodes. It definitely, seasons 26 through 41, there's a few gems every once in a while, and nowadays it's basically like different celebrity guests, everything since like season 41. But back then, this was season 17 here, The Ugly Will Inherit the Earth. And Anita Fuggo gets a letter from a lawyer telling her that her long-lost grandfather, Count Fuckface Fuggo II, has died and has given them a mansion. So the Fuggos immediately pack up all their belongings, sell their house before they even see the mansion. They head to the mansion, which turns out to be a trap sent by Mayor Handsome, who then attacks them with his iconic tire iron, as everyone loses it. And, of course, after they are all attacked, he boards up the house, and he lights it on fire, and, the Fuggos, they go to hell again.
I really liked how not everyone likes this part of the show, but I really did enjoy the guest appearances. In particular, an episode, The Fuggos Meet Kiss. It's a whole episode where Gomer he is for his birthday, he wants to go to the Kiss show, and his parents say absolutely not. This is music not for little boys. They look kind of like evil and they're very sexualized, and Gomer he insists he wants to sneak to the show.
He wants the bad stuff.
It's a bit like the inspiration for the film Detroit Rock City, about the group of stoner friends who want to go see Kiss, and all this stuff happens, and it's found out Gomer's caught by his parents that he's going to the show, and he has this big scheme, and from antics from the mayor, usually, Destiny allows Gomer and the Fuggos to meet Kiss. And the interesting part is they meet them backstage. They end up back there by accident, and they see Kiss without their makeup, and they see that they're some of the ugliest men of all time. And Kiss, meaning the Fuggos, endear themselves to them immediately. And they show the family how to put on their makeup and how to look like Kiss.
Well, when they first walked in, they thought Gomer was already wearing makeup.
No, well, the thing about Kiss is that they wear the makeup to hide how goddamn ugly they are. And
they're fucking
like
ugly.
Gene Simmons, he looks like a piece of chicken that was left in your fridge for 7 weeks.
He looks like a boiled potato with a bunch of Sharpie drawn on it.
And I thought that was a very sweet episode. I thought that was very cool how they did that for the Fuggos. And they're all watching the show side stage and wearing the Kiss makeup. And Gomer has that big freak tongue, just like Gene Simmons.
That was so funny.
And Gene Simmons tells Gomer, he said, "Don't worry about the ladies, Gomer. When you got one like this, they don't care how you look." And he does like the little tongue flick, and it's great. And then it's just one of my favorite episodes.
Oh man, that was such a classic, iconic episode. Who could forget? I think one of my favorite episodes would be Father Fuggo Knows Best, where Duber's approached by a man on the street randomly. He doesn't even know him, and he just sees his face, and he's like, "Oh my god!" Like, I need to offer you a job. And then, starts talking to him and hands him his card and says, I want you to fly out here. And he's not really sure what the job is, but Duber flies out. And, he starts working in this little suburban town. The Fuggos start having a lot of money and stuff. They're able to start buying more makeup. They're able to buy more shirts for Gomer. Easily chewed food for Ding Dong. They get Anita that gun she wanted so bad. And Gomer realizes that, he's sitting in this cubicle. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what his job is. And that secretly his new boss had been taking pictures of him and using them for even this guy can get laid banner ads on porn websites. And, it shows him like Gomer and Anita, on their computer. It's 1999, so they're on AOL. And
oh, my God. Who remembers that? Oh, my God.
Yeah. And they're sitting there going, Duber, this guy's using pictures of you in a porno. And then Gomer, Dad's in a porno? And, he's not wearing a shirt. And you can see the stench from his early puberty just wafting through the room. Everybody laughs. Eventually, of course, Duber Fuggo quits and he resumes his old job, as we know, where he is a shoveler at a manure factory. You always see, Duber get a new job and whatnot, but he always ends up shoveling at the old manure factory.
Which is owned by the mayor. So he's, of course he's his boss.
And, part of the, his job is to, throw the manure in the machines. But there's a guy that, the mayor hired just to throw more and more manure on Duber Fuggo as well. And, that's when Duber Fuggo does his iconic catchphrase, eat shit, Einstein. But they've kept it fresh, even though the show's been going on for 50 years. I will give them that credit.
I really quite enjoyed their anthology episodes that were kind of a homage to the Twilight Zone and shows of that nature. So there was one segment in one of those fun little anthology episodes. They're like kind of like non-canon, where the whole one day suddenly the whole town goes blind except for the Fuggos, and they live like kings, and the whole town is very proud that the Fuggos can see because they can't. So they're like gods to these people, and by the end of the episode, everyone gains their sight back, and the Fuggos lose their sight. And the whole town sees them, and they dig 5 graves in the cemetery and bury them all alive, including Ding Dong the dog.
Oh, yeah. He was the easiest to bury. They just really had to roll him in.
And that's how it ends. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be like happy or sad, but it was kind of like a creative way of, doing that kind of thing.
No, it was more like a short story than an episode of comedy television. But I get what he was going for. Maybe we should talk a little bit, now about our guy, about Jackson.
Going back
Fielding.
to Jackson, the man who started it all. I mean, we owe it.
We've
we
covered
owe
the
it all to
Fuggos.
him. The Fuggos, everything that we love about them, we owe to Jackson Fielding.
I mean, we've covered the arc of, the early seasons, had animation problems. They were low effort. It was mostly anti-Soviet propaganda. It was mostly funded
Not
by an
Jackson's
organization
choice. That he needed the money. He wanted to keep the show going. He's it'll work itself out. It eventually did.
Yeah. I mean, it was produced by Red Free TV, which was in turn, funded by Pat Buchanan.
Right. And unfortunately, come 1975, the genius Jackson was actually ousted from the show. It was for an incident at a public pool involving a gun. And shortly after that, he kind of went...
Well, involved a firing of a gun,
it's... There's a lot going on at that time.
From the high dive. He was shooting his gun from the high dive.
Vietnam had just ended that year, and
yeah, but he wasn't in Vietnam. He was
but I'm sure
guy.
there's a lot of things that started. The point is that he had a bad day. Okay, he was having a Fuggo kind of day. That was just one fugly day for Jackson Fielding.
Shortly after he went, silent. He went off the grid. No one heard from him. And unfortunately, it didn't lead to him returning to the show. But the show lived on, so in a way, his spirit lived on to the show. And a few years later, in 1978, is when Jackson Fielding started popping up again in the news.
Yeah, for those of you, who are casual fans of the Fuggos, and that the name Jackson Fielding because it's the first name you see after every episode of the Fuggos. But, a lot of people inside the media know this. A lot of people that are big fans know this. But in 1978, Jackson Fielding was tracked to the remote Bear Rat National Park in Terre Haute, Indiana, where he was considered extremely armed, and he was making bootleg Fuggos shirts after he got ousted from the show. I think this was his way of some kind of cosmic retribution. Fire me from my show, I'm going to still make money off my show type of thing. But he was writing letter after letter to government officials. Is that fair to say? Government officials?
Oh, yeah. Multiple politicians.
News anchors on TV shows.
Many news outlets. He was saying...
Chomsky was writing letters to him.
He actually, and I've read through all these letters, there are hundreds of them. There was never actually a single threat of violence within these letters. His threats were towards the studio. He said, just to quote, I'm paraphrasing here, I swear to God, if they do not end the Fuggos right now, I will make an even uglier family like no one has ever seen before.
Yeah. Like, you think the Fuggos are ugly, just you wait. I remember that was in a letter, he sent to his good friend Timothy McVeigh.
The FBI and the ATF had a siege surrounding his small, estate in the park.
Operation, which was ironically named Operation Fuggo Fest.
And it was not a festival, I'll tell you. Apparently, the ATF and FBI had a lot of fun with it. It went for 57 days, this siege. Jackson Fielding...
They had a grill outside. They were using the grill.
The whole time, Jackson Fielding was in communication with them. And he said, the door is unlocked. Come on in. Come on in, you pussies. I'm right in here. You won't do anything about it. You won't come in here. And they never actually did enter the home until after the fact that he was dead.
Never.
I think they made the mistake because it seems like that he was just irritated there on his property, and he said, you can come on in. The door is unlocked. Like, I'm not stopping you. I'm literally inviting you in. They said, no, come on out with your hands up. And they insisted on that, and he insisted on staying in his own home. And in turn, it led to them burning the whole place to the ground with him inside it.
Well,
allegedly.
Ironically.
His body was not found.
He died on a Thursday night, somewhere around 7 Eastern. While we know that, and we know that the ATF and FBI had a joint perimeter around his home, the ironic thing is that night there was an episode of the Fuggos called The Fuggos Flip Out, in which the Fuggos are kicked out of a trampoline store for being too ugly. Duber saying, you can't do that just because I'm ugly. And the guy is like, you're so damn ugly, I'm going to bounce you out of here. And he pushes him into a trampoline, which then throws him out the window. And then 3 floors later, he hit the ground. But they go to a court battle because of this. And they play surveillance footage from the store. And Gomer was rubbing his nuts on the trampoline. So, they get arrested. But as they are getting arrested, they take them home, and they're saying, I thought we were going to the jail. They barricade the door, and they burn it all down, which is exactly, at the same time, the exact same way that Jackson Fielding died. So even though the Fuggos went to hell, Satan said, damn, you're ugly, and then kicked them back up to being alive again, they died in the exact same way.
Allegedly, as I said, Jackson Fielding's remains were never recovered. The FBI and ATF reported that they were incinerated, and they claimed that some teeth were found, but those were not his teeth. And I have proof.
The rumored family that is twice as ugly as the Fuggos has never been discovered either.
However, those bootleg shirts are still being made. Some people say they come from China. They're just made in in these modern sweatshops. People say it's in these giant sweatshops are these big bootleg operations where some Amazon algorithm is making them. All these fake T-shirt sites are making them. But I personally believe that Jackson Fielding is somewhere in Northern California in the hills with the screen print still making these shirts and he's updated them to be more modern, like Gomer smoking a joint.
Oh yeah, I've seen some of those. Those are wild.
And how fitting would that be? Like someone as ugly as Gomer. What else are you gonna do but light up a J? When you're a kid, what else can you do? Just become a stoner.
But there's that
enjoy life. You just stay high all the time.
great bootleg T-shirt where they take Anita Fuggo's face and they put it on the Mona Lisa, and they have her just smoking like a cigar, like one of the little cigars.
Right.
And she looked like shit, and she was super fugly. And you turn on MTV, you're going to see somebody dance around in that shirt. It's a hot commodity.
Or you have the classic painting of Saturn eating his son. They have a spoof of that, of Duber eating Ding Dong.
Yeah.
You'd think it'd be eating Gomer, but he's eating Ding Dong the dog.
Well, who has as big as Gomer? Easily.
And Ding Dong is half his body is hanging out his little butt, and a little dog turd is like hanging out his butt.
He's always got
always.
that. It's like
there's always a little turd.
You think
that's
it's like a
halfway out his
second
butt.
darker tail that's lower, but nope. Think about it.
It's so gross.
Always got the little dingleberry. They'll show, they'll do always like little visual gags where they'll just show Ding Dong the dog flying through a little, doggy door. And then they'll cut to the other side and they'll show he went through it so fast his little turd fell out of his butt on the outside.
They'll do a close-up of like his asshole and the turd, kind of like what inspired Ren and Stimpy and SpongeBob in that sense. Those very detailed, disgusting close-ups.
Oh, yeah.
And the Fuggos, they were the first to do that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, really, you're talking about a television medium that was made to look good, to make people look good, to be pretty, to be vibrant, to be aesthetically pleasing. And Jackson Fielding just completely flipped the game by, I want to show nasty things on TV. I want to show ugly people. I want to show like nasty fuck faces and ugly, fugly pieces of shit. I want to show like a nasty family where they all look like shit in a different way. So you can't really even say, that this kind of ugliness is related. It's just that every child is born with severe ugliness. They don't have each other's noses, any features like that. They're just all uniquely, completely fucking ugly and nasty. They smell like cigarettes. They smell like BO. They smell like hockey bags. Their feet, the bottom of their feet is black, walking around on like their dirty kitchen floor.
They smell like they haven't flushed their piss in the toilet for 4 days.
They have that sign in the Fuggo house where it says if it's yellow, let it mellow. They don't flush pee. It's just how that house works. They don't flush pee.
And I think Jackson was really affected by the war. He wanted to come home. He wanted people to unite over something that wasn't war. He actually was quite prominently anti-war. But he believed in the American people, and he wanted something that we can unite around. And what better way to do that than be like, well, I know an ugly family. I hate their ass. Like, I fucking wish they were dead. And he kind of took that concept that we
and they're
all
dirty,
relate to.
And, not even just ugly. They're dirty. They stink. They're not stupid. They're just ugly. They're not stupid. They just are so ugly.
But they're also not smart.
Oh, they're definitely not smart. If anything, they might be slightly below average. But they're still not dumb,
But also, if you see this family, you're gonna immediately think they're dumb as a rock.
And to their detriment, they don't talk good. They mumble. They're ugly. They're stinky.
They do not.
They don't
do
give
not
themselves any
enunciate anything.
favors at all. You know.
They probably don't read any books.
They probably, you know what? I think after they take a number 2, they don't wipe their butts.
Well,
if that's fair to
that's
say.
a little bit speculative. I mean,
they smell like crap, and they often like have, there's a lot of episodes where it'll show, Duber goes to work or Anita, meets with somebody at the grocery store, and they just have a little bit of shit on them. Not a lot, not like they're caked in shit.
I don't know if that's true.
But they have like a quarter-sized smear of shit on them. And so, like, they'll stink because it's just a little.
So you're just implying that they're dumb, though. You're implying that they are dumb.
Well, no, I'm implying that they are abhorrent because they have a little pieces of shit on them that's like stuck to their clothes, like a quarter-sized smear of shit. Like if you got your thumb and pressed in some shit and then accidentally got in like your gym shorts. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about here. And their dirty feet and the unclipped toenails. They bite their fingernails. They belch, they burp, they throw up, they have gas, they have acid reflux. What else? They got water inside of their skulls that needs to
Gomer
be
is 7 years old, walking around with big ingrown hairs on his neck because he has to shave and he can't shave right. And they're becoming pussy. And
he stinks like pheromones. And he doesn't know how to clean himself. That's also another reoccurring joke.
I think we've covered basically everything about the Fuggos.
I think I can think of some more nasty.
For today,
I can think of some more nasty stuff, about the Fuggos. Like they smell like mildew, because their clothes are usually wet.
Oh, they're drier. They don't have a dryer.
Have a dryer.
They just put on their clothes when they're slightly damp, and they just let them be like that.
Yeah, their teeth are all messed up from like chewing cans and stuff, like metals, rocks. Yeah, they eat rocks. It's a classic visual bit where he'll show them at dinner. They're eating small rocks.
Something, Roger?
I fucking hate the Fuggos. I fucking hate the Fuggos, man.
I fucking hate their
they're
ass.
Fucking eating rocks. They put like ketchup. They dip their little rocks.
They have gizzards like they're ducks. That's why they can eat rocks. They have gizzards.
They're fucking nasty.
Why the fuck do they have gizzards?
They have fucking webbed fingers and toes.
No,
I fucking hate the Fuggos, Sinclair.
I love Jackson Fielding, and I love that he gave us this show, and I do love the show, but I fucking
hate the Fuggos, man. They're so fucking
Fuggos.
Ugly.
They're so goddamn
Why can't
ugly.
the mayor do anything?
Like shit. And every time we talk about them, we get heated like this because we go into detail about everything.
Well, you know what? It's for me.
Can't stand the Fuggos.
I remember they eat rocks and they dip their rocks in ketchup. That's what really set me off. I fucking hate
I think that's enough.
Well, they're not stupid. I'm sorry.
I think today we've covered enough ground. We'll be back next week with more on the Fuggos, celebrating 50 years of this wonderful show.
Hey, another 50.
Created by one of my personal heroes, Jackson Fielding. Thank you again, sir.
Rest in peace.
May you rest in peace if you're dead, or keep making those shirts. And I hope that you listen next week. I'm Sinclair O'Malley.
I'm Roger Dew.
And this has been the Fuggos. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Gomer also eats mud. Thank you. Good night.
The following is an archive podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled CJ and Branson, A Debate for the Ages. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
In all things, there is a season, except, of course, for logic and reason. While lies and fiction turn and swivel, the search for truth is always civil. That is why we gather and connect our minds to find the truth in record time. By this time, our longtime viewers know that if the Logic and Reason poem has been read, that means that it is time for a debate. Branson has challenged CJ to a well-moderated, polite, and intellectual debate over an argument that they have been unable to settle for quite some time. Tonight, for your listening pleasure, I present you with CJ and Branson, a debate for the ages. The subject? Fat bastard from Austin Powers. Did he or did he not actually eat a baby? CJ states that Fat Bastard has eaten a baby. Branson states that Fat Bastard did not actually eat a baby. The truth comes out tonight. Branson, CJ, hello.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for hosting, Andrew.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me host and moderate this. Oh, actually, I'm the arbiter, is what you said, which is a much cooler term.
That's right. That's a way cooler term. You're right. Great job, Andrew.
Well, you said it. I didn't say that.
Thank you for having me here. Really, really looking forward to settling this once and for all.
Reason and logic will prevail. I want everyone to know how committed I am to that.
Reason and civility will rule the day.
Reason and civility will rule the day.
If they're going to be the winners, then what's the point of having the debate? If we already know that they're going to win.
Who's going to win?
Reason and logic.
Well, we got to figure out what the reason and logic is.
Well, is it like Logic the rapper is going to come on and be part of the debate?
No, we're talking about a history of, the scientific method.
Yeah, all
Apple
used by
fall on
great
your
men,
head.
great men throughout history, like Plato and Logic the rapper.
Thousands of years of
And
science.
the reason by Hoobastank.
Have just culminated in this event where if you want to know the truth, well, don't be a baby about it. Don't be a little kid. Just use your facts and talk about it. And that's what we're trying to do here today.
Yeah, debating is definitely not for nerds, and it definitely solves stuff.
And I'd like to thank my opponent, CJ, for being here today and letting him know, CJ, how much I respect you.
I respect you as well, Branson, and I thank you for inviting me, for formally challenging me to this debate and following through on your challenge as a man of honor and logic and reason would.
Right. Well, the pleasure. Did you say pleasure? The pleasure's all mine.
Yes, okay. It's mine as well. It's both of ours. We have agreed
We
to
should
a
share in the
50-50
pleasure.
split. 50-50 split of the 100 pleasure that we could both possibly have. We will split it.
And let's split the logic as well.
And I'll just have the leftovers, I guess. Do we want to go over the rules of the debate here?
That's a great idea, Andrew. I'd love to go over the rules of the debate.
What would a
CJ,
debate
are
be
you
without
ready to-
rules?
Okay, so we're all on board. So the rules of the Fat Bastard debate. Rule number 1. This debate is to be free of name-calling and vitriol. Can we all agree on that?
Here, here.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I can't emphasize that enough. Rule number 2. This debate is to be engaged in good faith. Absolutely. That kind of goes hand in hand with the first rule.
No goofing around. We're both here to prove points. It's not about belittling or making fun of the other person. I'm here because I believe in what I say.
Oh, I.
Ad hominem does not solve, anything. It's not gonna work if you're just gonna CJ text Branson or Branson text CJ if he says, your face looks like ass today. What's that gonna add to the debate? It doesn't add anything. So
Call it
there's really no
ad
point.
hominem because our ancestors were nothing but apes, the hominims. And you might as well be behaving as they do if you do not adhere to the rules of a debate. And
Rightly put, Branson. Great
they'd
job.
call each other buttheads and shitheads, and they got nowhere. And we're trying to learn from that as humans.
I agree.
Rule number 3. Both debaters shall accept whatever the judge's findings may be. So whatever.
Arbiter.
Well, you wrote these, so I'm just.
Well, yeah, but then we talked
My
about
problem.
arbiter was a cooler
Okay, well, I'm
one.
the arbiter. Whatever the arbiter's findings may be. So whatever I decide in the end, whoever I decide wins this debate, you guys have to be cool with that. Is that clear?
I would say that it wouldn't even be winning a debate. It's more that we'd all, two people learn something together, and it would just happen to be closer to one person's.
Yeah, but there's also a winner.
I shall accept the arbiter's decision.
I shall not challenge the eventual arbitration of this debate.
No freakouts. I don't want to see anyone freaking out or punching anything or yelling. No taking off your shirt. No throwing your headset.
I'm gonna. My voice is not gonna go louder than this.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. Rule number 4. If at any point there's a problem regarding the debate, any participant may declare tabula rasa. Tabula rasa must be respected.
Tabula rasa. The slate is clean.
The slate is clean.
Okay. So, 5. I don't know why there's a HTTP, but all right. Well, anyway. Rule number 5. By participating in this debate, you understand that no sound ideas suffer from criticism and that we are all united in making sure that logic and intelligence shall triumph over feelings and emotions.
Reason and logic
Shall prevail.
Kind of repetitive rules, but I guess you just, you want to really...
I wanted to make sure that,
sure that everyone understands.
And I wrote these rules, and I know a lot of people say that I like to yell at CJ, or I all I do really is engage in name calling, and I don't, ever really defend what I'm saying. And to those, I want to show you now that people can change.
I think that you both have grown a lot, and I think that this is a good jumping off point for the new men who you've both become.
Thank you so much, Arbiter.
Acknowledged, Arbiter.
So I would like to begin, now that we've read the rules and we all are in agreement on the rules of the Fat Bastard debate, we are going to begin with opening statements. Who would like to go first? Shall we flip a coin? I actually have a D20 here. I can roll the D20. One of you can pick odds. One of you can pick even. Sound good?
Well, who gets to pick?
Branson, you'll be odds. I'll pick for you because I'm the arbiter. CJ, you are even.
I accept the Arbiter's decision.
So, whoever gets the number, odd or even, will go first. Agreed?
Agreed.
Reason will prevail.
Yeah, but do you agree, Branson?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to roll this D20 here. That is a 14.
What does that mean? Does that mean CJ goes first?
14 is an even number, yes.
All right.
Genius. Sorry. That was a bit sarcastic of me. That's not needed.
It's not necessary. It doesn't.
It's just out of habit, but doesn't add anything to the debate, so I apologize.
Tabula rasa. The slate
Tabula
is
rasa.
clean.
Rasa. Also, as Arbiter,
All
I
right.
don't think you should have to apologize to us. You're not beholden to our feelings or our
don't butter
demands.
me up. Don't suck up to me. I don't like a kiss ass. All right, CJ, you got even, so you
I don't
are
like
going
a kiss ass either, Andrew.
Oh, okay. I know what you're doing.
That's because you're so
All
smart.
right. Moving along, tabula rasa. CJ,
Tabula rasa. The
are
slate
you
is
ready to
clean.
begin with your opening statement?
I'm ready.
Okay, you may begin.
Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Not sure how you pronounce that. I think that's right. Throughout history, this statement has been proven true time and time again. We've simply branded those who commit evil acts as inherently evil. All deeds done by these individuals were done due to their nature. They committed evil because they knew of no other way to behave. Adolf Hitler.
Theodore Kaczynski?
What? You're interrupting my opening statement.
I'm sorry.
Tabula rasa.
rasa.
Tabula rasa.
You want to start from the beginning?
Do you remember what I said before that? I'll start from the beginning.
Please start from the beginning.
I'll just,
And please don't interrupt him this time.
Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him. Fyodor Kaczynski. Throughout history, this statement has been proven true time and time again. We've simply branded those who commit evil acts as inherently evil. All deeds done by these individuals were done due to their nature. They committed evil because they knew of no other way to behave. Adolf Hitler was evil by nature, therefore he committed evil deeds. Joseph Stalin, born an evil man, could only behave in an evil fashion. The woman who got in trouble for smoking weed in the Olympics, probably evil too. Yet in our rush to brand these people, and countless others like them, as evildoers, we do ourselves a disservice in understanding why they did the things they did. Perhaps an evildoer was doing what they thought was right. Perhaps they were controlled by a more powerful, malevolent force. Or perhaps they just wanted to eat a baby. It is my contention that Fat Bastard, a Scottish-born henchman and former gardener, under the command of Dr. Evil, did in fact eat a baby. He committed many evil acts, eating a baby being chief among them. However, the fact that he behaved in this manner does not mean he is evil in all of his undertakings. I believe that Fat Bastard, despite his many sins having been laid bare, is not a proven liar, and thus capable of telling the truth about eating a baby. I yield to Branson.
All right. Arbiter, may I begin my rebuttal?
Thank you, CJ, for your opening statement. Branson, you may begin your rebuttal whenever you are ready.
What's the difference between rebuttal and cross-examination? I just say stuff. I don't ask him anything, right?
I think you just say something.
A cross-examination is kind of like when someone were to be on like a witness stand, and like the prosecutor is like asking them all the questions from every angle and covering all the grounds. I believe that's it. So we're not doing that.
I would begin my rebuttal by saying, why would Fat Bastard eat a baby? What would be his motivation to eat a baby? Are we to believe that the baby just looked so good to him? If it did, it would be more accurate and it'd be more appropriate for him to keep that information to himself, to obtain a baby at his own leisure and then eat it without telling anyone. What I propose, one of the defining characteristics of pathological lying is that the lies tend towards presenting the liar in a positive light. I'm dead sexy, while you're very overweight. Sounds familiar? Pathological lying is listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, although only as a symptom of other disorders such as psychopathy and antisocial, narcissistic, and histrionic personality disorders, not as a standalone diagnosis. I'm bigger than you. I'm high in the food chain. Get in my belly. This shows a morally childlike view of the world, seeing conflicts, including the conflict of a man versus a baby, as meant to be settled through a might makes right lens, which is often associated with the ages of 2 through 4 in morality development. While alone, these might be disregarded as personality quirks. Fat Bastard is a violent criminal, assassin, liar, con man, secret agent, and terrorist. During an assassination attempt against Austin and Felicity in 1999, Fat Bastard dresses as a package delivery man and literally breaks in through the front door. When Felicity asks if he is unhappy, Fat Bastard has an emotional breakdown. Tearfully confessing, I eat because I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat. It's a vicious cycle. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's someone I need to get in touch with and forgive. Myself. He then farts, which makes Austin and Felicity disgusted. Fat Bastard is slightly embarrassed and says, sorry I farted. It's a long road ahead. And then he changes his mind and tries to kill Austin and Felicity. What does this show? Is this what my opponent says? As simply an imperfect man trying to exist in the world? Or does it show his capability towards violence and evil, but further than that, it shows his impulsiveness, as he had an emotional breakdown and then changed his mind and decided to kill them again? It shows that he is a liar. Wearing a disguise is technically a lie if you look up the word deception in the dictionary. And it shows that he is a nasty, uncontrollable glutton. It is my goal today to convince you that Fat Bastard is a pathological liar as a result of the cluster of personality disorders. He is hedonistic, impulsive, narcissistic, and in short, Fat Bastard is acting like a fat bastard. We cannot trust his judgment alone, and we cannot thusly make the conclusion that Fat Bastard has eaten a baby.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
May I ask a question?
Was that your opening statement as well?
Okay, I withdraw my question.
So look at that. It has the opportunity for rebuttal. And I did like 30 seconds of rebuttal, and then I just went into my opening statement because I was next anyway.
Okay, so
you transgressed against the previously established rules.
I thought I had the slot open. I thought I could just keep going.
I believe we leave that to the arbiter to decide, do we not?
Well, I think the way, it's not ideal, but I think that what we can do is we can compromise here. We will count that as your rebuttal and your opening statement, but also CJ now will get as much time as he wants for his rebuttal.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
CJ, do you have a rebuttal for that? To all the stuff he just said.
Yeah, let me...
In the claims he made. So he is saying that since Fat Bastard is impulsive and he wears disguises, I mean, he is technically like a henchman, right? So it kind of comes with the territory.
Correct.
And just like the agents have to do disguises and not be fully honest for the integrity of their position and their duty, I think that is not something against Fat Bastard. And I can throw this to CJ, but I'm just stating it from me. So that is basically what he's saying, is that we cannot trust him, so we can't believe that he actually ate a baby. CJ, you have the floor.
Do we blame the firearm when a man shoots at another man and kills him? No, we don't. Do we blame the soldier sent to war by his government to carry out the will of the elected officials when he kills another man in service of his great nation? No, we do not. We do not charge him for murder. All of the evil deeds that Branson says Fat Bastard is capable of, and has indeed committed in many cases, were at the behest of Dr. Evil. I contend that Dr. Evil is in fact the real malevolent force that is to be blamed for many of Fat Bastard's transgressions against civil society. The fact that Branson says, oh, he wore a disguise, and if you look up in the dictionary, you blah, blah, blah. Well, no. I find that to be absolutely ridiculous. Wearing a disguise does not inherently make you evil. Is a clown evil for dressing up and entertaining children? Surely that individual does not walk around looking like that every day. But yet nobody puts the clown on trial. Nobody calls the clown a liar. Branson, for all of his $10 words and his book learning sort of monologue that he went on, did not actually prove that Fat Bastard lied about anything. In fact, he showed quite the contrary. He showed that Fat Bastard, while on the surface seems to be evil, narcissistic, and a generally unsavory character, is capable of experiencing real human emotion and is capable of telling the truth. To me, his breakdown explaining why he behaves the way that he does is proof positive that he's capable of being honest about himself and capable of of the way he behaves, including that he once ate a baby. When he said, and I quote, "Listen here, Sonny Jim, I ate a baby." That's all.
Can I just point out that's his first line in the movie?
Well, I think actually the first line is he comes in and he says, I've got a crap on deck that could choke. Or he says, I have a turtle head poking out. And then he says, I have a crap on deck that can choke a donkey. And he says, I'm getting all emotional from it, you know? But then he sees Mini-Me. And then his attention quickly shifts from needing to defecate to wanting to eat a baby. And then talking about how having eaten a baby in the past. But anyway.
So... All right, so there's a couple things here. I think that, as Branson stated, that wearing a disguise is a form of lying, I think is weak. And I think at best dishonest in its own to make that statement. I also think that CJ has a point that Fat Bastard showed humanity, which means he has the capacity to change and tell the truth, to be truthful. I also want to clarify here. Did Fat Bastard indeed think Mini-Me was a baby?
Who's this question being posed to?
I want to ask you both what you think.
I will let Branson go first.
Thank you, CJ. I respect you very much, and you've shown great civility and decorum while we have been talking about this.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to
thank you too, and also the other stuff you said to me. I think about you as
both.
well. Thank you as well, Arbiter. Thank you, Branson.
I would
thank you.
say that either way you interpret Fat Bastard looking at Mini-Me and thinking he is a baby, I would say either way you interpret that, of him believing that Fat Bastard is a baby, or that he does not actually believe Fat Bastard is a baby. He just thinks that he kind of looks like a baby and goes with it. Either way, I think that works towards my hypothesis. Because
Fat Bastard looks like a baby?
You said Fat Bastard looks like a baby.
if Mini-Me looks like a
Okay.
baby.
Okay.
Because if he claims that Mini-Me is a baby...
you got to be careful with your words, because if it gets murky, which
Well,
I think with your opening statement, I will warn you that I think you used a lot of you said a lot of stuff like CJ said, $10 words,
and you try to like soup it up a little bit, you're kind of doing this Malcolm Gladwell thing where you're trying to like big dog both of us and make us feel like idiots when what you're saying doesn't actually mean anything.
Well,
So
this is apart from the debate, and even me saying this has nothing to do with logic and reason. But since it seems to be asked of me, I will state that usually I am regarded as a buffoon, a oaf, if you will, a man with unclean toenails. And I thought it would be appropriate at this time to show the world through a formal debate that I'm not just some bumpkin sitting on a log like a bump. That I can come out here and I can hold my own in an intellectual forum,
Branson,
without resorting to yelling.
I'll let you finish. Okay, but I want to say I don't think that anyone thinks you're a lumpy, slimy toad, and no one thinks you're a big dodo bird. And no one wants you to wear
those.
No one wants you to wear a dunce cap at all times. And I also want to ask you, just to clarify for those listening as well, have you written 3 books?
Yes.
So how could anyone think of you to be an oaf or a buffoon?
Just from the way I look.
That's fair. CJ, what is your statement on did Fat Bastard think?
I didn't say my
Mini-Me was
thing,
a baby?
though.
Okay, I'm sorry. CJ, hold off. Branson, I'll let you finish. You have 1 minute.
If Fat Bastard thought Mini-Me looked like a baby, that shows that he is mentally and intellectually unwell. It shows that is contributing in some way to his weird psychic state. That this man, if he thinks that's a baby, you cannot take that he ate a baby before that, because since he thinks a small genetically made clone of Dr. Evil is a baby when in fact it's just smaller, then he might think anything smaller than him is a baby. And if he actually thinks it's a baby, then you would see a man who in such a profound mental state is confused by the very state of the world. And if that's the case, well, then I wouldn't believe that man if he told me he ate a baby.
CJ?
I think I acknowledge what Branson says, and I think he makes a lot of good points. However, he failed to acknowledge the fact that right at the beginning of when he first saw Mini-Me, he said, and I quote, "That looks kind of like a baby." And which means proving that he does know that is not a baby, but indeed a man afflicted with genetically engineered to have dwarfism. That being said, he may be a regular man, but consider the qualities of a baby. Can a baby speak? Can it say words? Can it form a sentence? No, it cannot. Does it simply make little noises, little high-pitched trills and coos? Yes, it does. Does Mini-Me do those things? Yes. Is a baby shy? Does it cling to its parent's leg when introduced to somebody new? Yes. Does Mini-Me do the same thing? He does. Is a baby bald? Does he have a smooth, bald body, no hair on it whatsoever? Yes. Does Mini-Me have a smooth, bald, white body, similar to Dr. Evil's, although you never see Dr. Evil without his jacket on, I don't think. Yes. To me, Fat Bastard doesn't necessarily want to get bogged down in semantics. He sees what appears to be an organism that has more in common with a baby than with a man. He doesn't refer to Austin Powers as a baby. He doesn't refer to Dr. Evil, a man who's a carbon copy, but a much larger version of Mini-Me as a baby. He has sexual intercourse with Felicity Shagwell, who he does not refer to as a baby. To me, it is very clear that Fat Bastard knows the difference between a man and a baby. However, he is willing to eat someone who shares more in common with a baby than a normal man.
Thank you both. Branson, hold on. Branson, hold on. I'll come back to you, okay? I would like to state that Mini-Me does resemble more of a baby than a full-grown man. That's true. I also think that if we can actually get abstract here for just a moment, Fat Bastard is an obese man. He has everything and every sign of metabolic syndrome, which most likely has led to diabetes type 2.
We're all nodding.
We're all nodding in agreement.
We all can agree that it's very likely Fat Bastard is a diabetic.
We can all agree.
We could also specify and speculate that for years this has gone untreated, which has led to retinopathy within his eyes. So maybe his eyesight is not as good as it should be. So especially with retinopathy and
having that disability, Fat Bastard may actually think that mini-me was a baby, even though it is not. So I think Branson and CJ, you are both right in your own way about this. I think we can move along from this point, but I'm just going to give Branson one more minute to comment on this, and then we're going to move on, okay?
I will get right into it. Pathological liars often begin to believe their own stories and the lies that they tell. One would not be crazy to notice that while Fat Bastard does say that Mini-Me looks kind of like a baby when he first sees him, later on in the movie, he associates Mini-Me as strictly being a baby, refers to him as a baby. He barters for the baby with Dr. Evil, which again even refutes CJ's claim that Fat Bastard is the source of all evil within this hierarchy. My theory is that Fat Bastard made a joke saying that he looks kind of like a baby and then began to believe over time that Mini-Me was a baby due to Fat Bastard's myriad of mental health disorders.
Sorry, I was looking at my sniper app. So thank you, Branson. We are going to, at this time, take a small break. During this time, the participants must exchange pleasantries. At this point, the person who gives the most measured compliment shall receive 1 point, awarded by myself.
Well, CJ, thank you so much for coming. I get a chance to just talk normally, and I'm glad you agreed to this, and I hope we just find out what's going on. Really, I sincerely do.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't me doing a bit. I really just want to get to the bottom of this, and I want to stop fighting about it, and I just kind of,
I mean, I don't think I can overstate it enough that I absolutely respect your belief that Fat Bastard did not eat a baby. I also cannot overstate how much I disagree with this belief, but I respect your right to have it. I think that your belief that Fat Bastard never ate a baby is well informed. That you have thus far laid out a series of very logical and sound arguments about it, though somewhat flawed. I think that you are clearly looking at this through an intellectual lens and not resorting to the emotions and knee-jerk reactions that were the hallmarks of our ape-like ancestors. The
homonyms.
Clearly, your intellect betrays your bumpkin-like appearance that you claim to have. And you truly are a man of mind and body and intelligence and soul and wit and so forth.
CJ wins. He gets the point.
Congratulations
Branson,
on winning the point, CJ.
Thank you,
Branson. Are you okay? You kind of like leaned back and looked around and wiped your face with both hands.
Well, it's just the pressure of everything and the sweat. I'm not starting to crack or anything.
No.
Don't get
Okay, you're still okay. I'm just making sure we're focused and that you're
focused.
not
I'm ready.
You're not losing your grip or your edge. I think you should have a big sip of a beer, and we're gonna move on to the next segment if you're both ready and okay with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Reason will prevail.
Reason will prevail.
Okay, CJ, I'm gonna begin these questions. This is gonna be a segment where I alternate questions between both of you. You have to answer to me, and I don't want to have interruptions from the other participant. I will ask you a question when I call upon your name, okay? So, CJ, what is a great lunch?
I'm sorry. You can you repeat that? You had a problem with your microphone, Charles. You're gonna have to edit that.
You cut out. I didn't. Yeah. Great lunch. Is that what
Did you say great lunch?
I'm gonna redo it. Charles can edit this part out. Okay, CJ, what did you have for lunch?
What did I have for lunch? Did I have for lunch? Why do I not remember what I had for lunch? This does not make me look like a reliable.
Do you have a history of Alzheimer's in your family or early onset dementia?
Oh, I had a turkey bacon club sandwich on sourdough bread.
Ooh, not bad.
with
You know what I
avocado.
had? I had some turkey and Gouda on Hawaiian rolls.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Real soft.
Arbiter, can I say what I had? for lunch?
Branson, it's not your turn.
Okay. I understand. Tabula rasa.
Thank you for answering, CJ. I'm going to switch over to Branson now. Branson, what did you have for dinner?
For dinner, I had some leftover dal that I ate with pretzel sticks out of a plastic container.
Was it a Barbie doll? Just
It
kidding.
was like the lentil dish.
I know. You told me about when you made it. You had a lentil issue the other night, and I was very concerned.
They're just coming right out of me.
Well, you forgot you had to like wash them off or something. Like you had.
Oh, they all blew up because I boiled it too long.
Oh yeah,
I stopped paying attention.
can't do that.
really.
I
really
was
can't be
skimming all
doing
the
that.
scum off the top. I stopped paying attention, and then
Okay, CJ, thank you for answering, Branson. And I know that's truthful because you've been talking about lentils all week.
the pleasure's all
CJ.
mine.
Who is your favorite pet?
You mean like of all pets or my pets?
Mookie, Bird, or Marnie? And they will be hearing this.
Marnie.
Great answer. She's just the most well-rounded. Thank you. Now, Branson, who is the best point guard of all time?
Well, that's a really good question. It'd have to. Obviously, I'm not going to count LeBron as a.
I'm going to give you a
point.
toss-up between two. I'm going to
No.
give you two.
Who are
What do
you
you
going to
think
pick?
What do you mean you can't say no. Sorry, I interrupted.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Tabula
sorry.
rasa.
Tabula rasa.
The slate is clean. Logic will prevail.
Reason will prevail.
A toss-up between two of them?
Yeah.
I gotta go Magic Johnson. You want another guy?
Who's your runner-up?
Oscar Robertson probably, and then John Stockton.
Okay, thank you for answering. Now, CJ, if you could kill John, Ben, Charles, or Tom, who would you pick?
Well, I believe that Ben has the soul of a demon. He's much like a weevil or a rat or a little cucaracha of some kind. He's a bundle of nerves acting only it's only instinctually. There's no thought behind it. No truly evil will. John, on the other hand, has.
It's like how a snake bites because it must, because it's in it.
That's right. That's right. The scorpion must sting
it's not
the
because
frog.
it's evil. Exactly.
John, on the other hand, has a great darkness in his heart. There's something very evil that lies within him, and it is.
I've seen his face light up when he annoys you.
There's definitely something. There's something going on in that man's mind and body and heart and soul that most anybody who would be considered a good person struggles to comprehend. However, he behaves in an otherwise normal and kind manner. So not John. Charles, his favorite food is a sandwich, which demonstrates he is also very evil, and also he wants to make everyone upset at all times by answering a normal question in such a weird way as to confound and annoy everyone. Tom, on the other hand, is absolutely he is a crystallized form of evil. There's no being on this earth that is more devoted to causing problems and harassing people and making their lives miserable, posting about semen retention every day, switching their profile picture 4 to 5 times a day, texting me at 7 o'clock in the morning, asking me to forgive all my sins against him. There's no being on this earth more evil than Tom. And so my answer is Tom.
Okay. Thank you for answering.
Thank you.
I want to state that I don't believe that doesn't really sound like Tom. He doesn't really do anything wrong. Branson, I'm going to pass it along to you. If you could kill Ben, John,
Tom.
Charles, or Tom. Okay, so you're both in agreement on Tom. Okay, moving on. I think that it's great that you guys can find some middle ground on stuff. I like to keep it civil. Thank you for answering my questions. Now I'm going to do a segment of this cross-examination where participant 1 may question participant 2, followed by participant 2 questioning participant 1, so on and so forth. I am going to roll the die again. This time, Branson, you will be even.
Thank you so much. This is so smart of you.
Thank you. CJ, you'll be odds.
Okay.
And I am rolling now. That is a 1. CJ, you go first. You may question Branson at this time.
Branson, Could you tell me what the average? This is going to be a quick series of questions and answers with Branson. Only what would be a normal cross examination? This will be I'll ask him 1-sentence questions, and he can provide me with his answer. Branson, what is the average height of a baby?
I'd say somewhere between 1 foot and 2 foot.
Okay. Branson, are babies typically regarded as cute?
I would say so, yes. Most babies are regarded as cute. However, there have been discussions of ugly babies.
Fair. Do babies often wear little booties, little shoes, little tiny adorable shoes?
When they're outside of the home, yes.
Yes. Okay. Do they wear little blue denim trucker jackets that are shrunk down very small?
Yes, and then when they're done wearing it, they hang it on the chain link fence.
Do little babies excuse me. Have little babies ever been I guess I was gonna say sexually desired by grown men, but I can't get that out. I can't do it. Have you ever looked at someone who was a grown man, well over the age of what would be considered a baby, and he has all the characteristics of the aforementioned, and referred to him as a baby, or as a little tyke, or as CJ's special boy?
I have seen small men, and I have referred to them as dumplings, little Lord Fauntleroys, little cherubs, little sweet pies, little sweet slices of heaven, my little sweet potato pie, my guy, my sweet guy, laying in the bathtub with his jeans on so they fit more better. I have used those terms to describe an adult before, yes. But in my defense, this was an effort to emasculate my friend rather than an actual confusion with him to that of a baby.
But you are attempting to divorce your words from your intention from the implication of what you mean. So you do admit that you have called a grown man who does possess many of the characteristics of a baby. Yes or no?
Yes, and you were there when I did this, and you were doing the same.
I have no further questions.
I would like to ask you a series of questions regarding Fat Bastard's lack of responsibilities for his actions, as you pointed out that the bulk of this evil shall be hoisted upon the leader, Dr. Evil. Are you familiar with the Milgram experiments?
No, I'm not.
Now, we would say that those experiments were simply a man in a white coat telling other people to electrocute people. And it was about the premise of authority and what power does it play. Now, Fat Bastard, does he strike you as a man having great respect for authority?
Well, he did serve in the military, and he was quite decorated. He was even able to access the sanctum in which Austin Powers was frozen and extract his mojo, which indicates to me that yes, he was able to follow orders and obey authority in order to achieve the ends foisted upon him by a truly evil man in charge.
Well, that authority, was it not only temporary in order to satiate a personal goal?
Is the ability to follow the commands of authority, is that not all that is asked? Nobody's asking for their... No, yes. That's true. It was to further his own ends. Yes, I will concede.
At any point did Dr. Evil tell Fat Bastard to go eat a baby?
How is that relevant?
It has to do with the authority. Dr. Evil, did he direct Fat Bastard to eat a baby?
We don't know whether he ate a baby while in Dr. Evil's employ.
Now, let me ask you this. Right before Fat Bastard farted, he made all of those other Scottish guards fall asleep because he farted so much.
He blew the bagpipes and they had gas in them and he knocked them out.
I thought he farted too.
Well, maybe he farted while he was doing it, but I don't think they made
Or
that.
farted into the bagpipes beforehand or something along those lines.
Okay. Well, let's agree
We're
that
veering into fan fiction territory here.
let's agree that he probably farted at some point during that whole.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So he probably farted at some point.
Yes.
Right? But he was there to get Austin Powers mojo. Was he there to eat a baby? And when he said this, what was everyone's reaction to Fat Bastard claiming that he just cannibalistically ate a young child? Sure, it sounds funny to say, I ate a baby, you know? But the mere fact that no one doubted him on this or questioned him made me believe that this was just another one of Fat Bastard's fantastical lies. Just like his claim that he is dead sexy.
I believe that his claim
Being
is
sexy is subjective.
correct. And I also believe that his claim of being dead sexy was not a lie so much as a coping mechanism in order for him to deal with his own feelings of insecurity. However, eating a baby, claiming to have eaten a baby, would buy him no social capital with anyone around him, which is why I feel it would be odd that it does not serve to bolster anyone's opinion of him, nor does it portray him in any sort of positive light. Whereas everybody likes a confident fat person. People...
Now, do you truly... I'm sorry. I interrupted you. Tabula rasa. I apologize. I am bowing towards you, and I apologize. Now, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you truly believe that Fat Bastard... Now, we have said that sexuality and sexiness is inherently subjective. Do you believe that Fat Bastard thought he was indeed sexy?
No.
I think Okay, I'm sorry. You weren't asking me. Sorry.
I'd love to hear your thoughts,
Tabula rasa.
I'd love to hear your thoughts, Arbiter. You're always spot on.
I think that perhaps Fat Bastard is being facetious about it. He knows he is not dead sexy, but it's kind of funny for him to be a fat bastard and say, I'm dead sexy. Like, he's so confident. And why shouldn't he be?
My point in all of that was to say that CJ stated that Fat Bastard said things like I'm deck sexy out of insecurity as a way of deflection. Am I accurate in saying that, CJ?
I believe that you're partially accurate. I think that also after having had intercourse with a beautiful woman, he did, in some part of him did believe that he was truly dead sexy. How else would you explain that a man who weighs a metric ton would be able to have sexual intercourse with such a beautiful woman if he was not indeed, some part of him was not dead sexy? If he did not have, the sexy body when he says, and I quote, "Look at my sexy body," and he kind of touches himself on his stomach and nipples.
Is this or is this not the same sexual encounter in which Felicity Shagwell took a tracking device and inserted it into his rectum?
That is indeed, but he didn't know that was the purpose behind it. To him, it was just a tryst with a beautiful woman, and then he ate a bunch of turkey legs and other accoutrements with it.
Now, this question has nothing to do with our debate at all. Was there or was there not corn in Fat Bastard's stool when he crapped out the tracking device?
I believe there was. There was also various exotic plants that led Austin Powers, by identifying them, led them to Dr. Evil's secret island. As a matter of fact, I'll go even further and point out that Fat Bastard is known for consuming corn. At the beginning of Austin Powers 2, he says, and I quote, "Christ, he's tiny. I've got bigger chunks of corn in my crap." He is a known corn eater. This is
Which, first of all, even that statement alone lends incredibility to Fat Bastard's statements, as Mini-Me is at least 1.5 feet tall.
Well,
and to surmise that not only an entire corn, but a bit of corn could be that large, makes me believe that this Fat Bastard isn't quite aligned with the truth.
So you, just to make sure we're on the same page here, you believe that Fat Bastard is a gluttonous man, yes?
I believe so, yes.
He has a bottomless appetite, and his existence is primarily defined by his wanton consumption of food. Yes.
Well, that and his flatulence.
Yes. And his inability to control his bowel movements, which sometimes
and Scottish.
Cause him, yes,
he's Scottish.
and he's Scottish. But my point is that it's odd for you to assume. It's very odd now that we've established that you would assume that he would eat corn only off the cob or in small little pieces. At no point does he ever specify that it's just a single individual kernel of corn. He says chunks of corn in my crap. It's possible, and I think almost probable, that Fat Bastard may just bite into the whole end of a ear of corn off, chew the whole thing up.
Gentlemen, I'm going to stop you there. I want to also state for the record that if Fat Bastard had been eating wild exotic plants that led Austin Powers to Dr. Evil, what would be holding him back from consuming a baby?
Correct.
Did Austin Powers notice any little bits of baby in his stool?
I think the
Surely
baby was
if he
probably
ate a baby,
then
that
he
would be present.
He doesn't explicitly
the
say
baby
there's
would
no
be-
traces of a baby in this stool. There at no point does Austin Powers say, I do not see any baby bones or baby skulls in.
He's not concerned. He's not concerned with the baby.
Well, there's this crazy fat Scottish man who goes around claiming to eat babies all of the time, and no one reacts to it all. That makes me believe in the internal universe of the Austin Power, in the internal logic of the Austin Powers universe, that nobody really truly believes that this man is eating a baby. As if they would, somebody would interfere to stop him. Even Dr. Evil proved incredibly successful at very light resistance of telling Fat Bastard not to eat Mini-Me, who he merely thought looked like a baby.
But Branson, I'm curious if. Okay, let me approach this differently. You obviously know that Fat Bastard wanted to eat Mini-Me.
I obviously know that Fat Bastard wanted to eat what?
Mini-Me?
Mini-Me.
It was implied that, yes, he wanted to eat fat. But again, this
Very much implied
could
he
have
wanted
been a
to eat
classic
Mini-Me.
ruse of a pathological liar.
I think if he was so dead set on getting Mini-Me so he could eat him because he thought it was a baby, he must have eaten a baby before.
And how would this baby have been eaten and it would have gone unnoticed? I believe that's probably one of the most noteworthy crimes that an adult person can do is to cannibalistically ingest, something considered universally beautiful and precious. I just don't see how a man of Fat Bastard's caliber would be able to do that and to escape any repercussions.
How perhaps the baby was a nobody.
Can I interject?
CJ, go ahead. You have a minute.
There's a precedent for the question that you just asked. The French soldier Tarrare in the 18th century was indeed accused of eating a baby. He took it from a morgue. They thought that he ate a baby. He had also eaten live cats, eels, and snakes. And he had a bottomless appetite, was known for his bottomless appetite. And he took a 14-month-old deceased baby from the morgue, they think, and he ate it. Now, what do the two of them have in common besides their bottomless appetite? They're both soldiers. They are both acting at the behest of someone else. He managed to escape, and it was never proven whether he did or did not. So I ask you, is it all that out of the realm of possibility that Fat Bastard, a man who connived his way into the inner sanctum where Austin Powers was frozen and his mojo stored, would be unable to achieve obtain a baby from a place where babies are kept, like a nursery, or in a more grim scenario, a morgue. He didn't say he ate a live baby. Let's also be clear about that.
That's true. While I admit that Fat Bastard has shown the acumen and skill necessary to take a baby and eat it, I do not think that proves that just because he has the ability to do something, that he has done it.
No, but your argument was that he wasn't capable of it. He couldn't have possibly been able to do it.
I will also say that Terrer was French and skinny.
Be that as
And
be
there
that as
are
it may.
no mentions of Terrer ever having difficulties with corn or peanuts in his stool.
I think that's neither here nor there. He could have had just a fast metabolism. I think that Fat Bastard probably ate at much higher rates and consumed much more. I think Terrer, the French soldier, was known for eating odd things, not eating a lot. Fat Bastard was known for doing both. And I think that it is very possible that he ate a baby that was a nobody who no one really cared about, didn't have any friends, and kind of had like a dead-end job and really had nothing going on in life. Or he ate a baby that he got from a morgue.
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would like to take the second small break. During this break, the participants must exchange pleasantries and keep it civil, as we did before. But this time, each participant must give a small toast to logic and reason. The best toast, as chosen by the judge, will receive 1 point. This time, CJ has gone twice, so this time I'm going to throw it to Branson for arbitrary reasons. And he will begin.
I'd like to raise my small but humble Budweiser beer. And this toast is not towards celebrations or friends or so, to the concept of logic. Now, how do you raise a toast to something you cannot physically hold in your hand? How do you raise a toast to an abstract idea? Well, this abstract idea is the very backbone of human civilization. It allows us to get along. It allows us to settle our squabbles through discussion rather than pink bellies, Indian burns, purple nurple, swirlies, through daring people to do jumps they are incapable of doing on ATVs in very densely very densely forested areas. Logic is what keeps it all together. Logic is what shows us the way, not our feelings. If we would judge Fat Bastard on our feelings alone, hell, I'd kick some corn-laden stool at him. But because of the guiding glimpse and beautiful lens of logic, we can look at a man like Fat Bastard and know, well, he's just a simple liar. He's a narcissistic buffoon and murderer. This man, he never ate a baby. And we can know this through human psychology that was given to us by logic.
Hear, hear. Wonderful toast. Thank you, Branson.
Thank you, Branson.
CJ, I throw it to you. You may make your toast.
Logic. It separates us from apes, as stated before. You may look at someone. You may see them as just an ordinary individual. You may turn on your television. You may see a guy and you say, who is that? What is this guy's deal? What's he about? He may be an ordinary man to you, but he possesses logic. The type of logic that makes you, transforms you from being the everyman, the Joe Sixpack of America or of the world at large, to being a man who understands the fundamental truths of the universe, a man who understands the way the world works. Logic is what separates us from the barbarians. If it were not for logic, I probably would not be able to control myself. I would have used ad hominem attack after ad hominem attack on Branson. I would have said something like, Branson, I think it's great that you're able to talk with so many big words, considering that you look, talk, and act like every family member from that TV show, The Dinosaurs, all rolled into one. I think that logic allows us to be more than humble apes and barbaric sacks of meat who go resorting to violence at the first sign of disagreement. Logic is what gives us civility, and civility and logic and reason is what wins the day.
Here, here.
Too true. CJ gets the point. He wins again. You all right, Branson?
I am not a homonym. I'm a man. And I will act and do ad man attacks, which is using logic and philosophy. Writing theorems.
Well, CJ was very nice to not say that you look like all the dinosaur family members. So I applaud CJ for his decency and his humanity in that toast. And he really did nail the nail on the head and really drive home the fact that logic is the root of all civility.
Okay, don't forget reason.
And reason. Now, that's just its twin brother. Now, I think we've had a great discussion here. It has been a fantastic debate. I thank both of you for participating and keeping it civil and sticking to logic and reason to guide your way. I'm going to allow you to begin your closing statements. Who would like to go first?
I've gone first most of the time, so I will yield to Branson.
CJ, can you go first, please?
Okay, I will go first.
Well, if you're mad, then Branson can go first. If you're upset with me.
He yielded first to me, and I really kind of think that's like your authority, Arbiter.
All right, well, we will... I see your yield, and I'll pass it to Branson. Branson, you may begin.
Doesn't take an Einstein to figure out what's going on with Fat Bastard. Doesn't take all these fancy theories, test tubes to figure out what's going on in that crazy fat guy's head. He's Scottish, he's mad, he sees a baby, he wants to eat it. I get it. No. I get it. A lot of people think I might be stuffy, but no, I get what Fat Bastard's doing. He's a terrorist secret agent who likes to eat babies. Or at least that's what he says. Because the reality of this man turns out to be not so clean. What we see is a pathological lying henchman, incapable of making the jump to Dr. Evil's hierarchy, incapable of organizing his own evil schemes, a man who requests to get paid in babies in the lair of a man who just created one. Well, this man's mental health is circumspect. And I believe that any person who looks at Fat Bastard and trusts what he says on a genuine level, hell, I don't know about that guy. I don't know at all. And I'm just a Missouri boy, you know. I don't have a lot of these big city teachings, this college education from an Ivy League university. But I know something's up when I see it. And I'll tell you something about this Fat Bastard guy. Doesn't add up. We see the evidence of a pathological liar, a narcissist with a cluster of personality disorders, saying whatever he can get to get attention. I'm dead sexy. Oh, just completely living for the moment. Fat Bastard didn't eat a baby the same way I didn't eat a baby. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to admit, even if you don't believe everything I'm saying, do you truly believe in your heart of hearts that Fat Bastard ate a child? Not me. Not me. Shucks.
Thank you, Branson. CJ, whenever you're ready.
I mean, what more is there to say? We've laid out our arguments. I could go on and on to you about how Fat Bastard absolutely ate a baby. He said he ate a baby. It's been proven that he's capable of telling the truth. He knows what he does is wrong and what he does is right. In the third Austin Powers film, he even tries to go straight. He tries to get out from underneath Dr. Evil's thumb to become a sumo wrestler. He's dragged back into the muck by Dr. Evil. All of the mental illness that Branson has laid out about Fat Bastard that he claims is part of this delusion of eating a baby that he labors under, it may be true. He may be a mentally ill man. He may be affected by diabetes. It may be swelling his brain, making him go crazy. Or it may not. It may be that this man is a good person who ate a baby and who ate a baby. And he simply is a man who was directed to do evil by a higher force who also ate a baby? We'll never know. We can't bring Fat Bastard onto this program to talk about, to bring him into this debate, to ask him, man to man, 3 men to one man who weighs the same as the 3 of us put together. Fat Bastard. Stuart Hope, did you eat a baby? There's no way of knowing. But I think that what I've laid out and the truths that I have told, and Fat Bastard saying things like, baby, it's what's for dinner. The other white meat, where he says, here, baby, come here, I'm going to eat you. I think that truly there is a man, there is a good man inside of this evil man longing to get out. And all of the truths he tells are about eating a baby. This is a man trying to right himself with the world, with his peers, with his employer, Dr. Evil, by telling the one truth he knows in his heart to be absolute, that he ate a baby. In the words of Fat Bastard, oh, I ate a baby. I have nothing more.
Thank you, CJ. That was remarkable.
Your closing argument was that he's a good person. He ate a baby.
You could
I
be a
think we've
good
covered a
person
lot
and
of
eat a
ground
baby.
today. We've covered a lot of ground today. I want to thank you both again for participating, making me the arbiter to decide who has the final say in this debate. I think all in all points being said, CJ is the most right and the winner of this debate. I'll be sending him a trophy, a golden fat bastard on a pedestal, and I think we can put this debate to rest now. I think Branson will have to live with the fact that Fat Bastard ate a baby.
I accept the judge's decision. I have no more to say.
CJ,
Thank you.
how does it feel to be the winner?
I feel that logic has prevailed, and I think that now
Logic and reason.
and most importantly, civility has prevailed. And finally, we can put to rest the age-old debate of did Fat Bastard eat a baby? Yes, he did.
Without further more, that is the conclusion of the Fat Bastard debate. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a great night. Branson's throwing his headphones off. He just pushed over his mic. He is smacking everything. He is walking out. Branson, come. Branson. What's going on with him? Branson.
Baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Chili, baby back ribs.
The following is an archive podcast presented by the Branson and Hudson Foundation for Podcast Recovery. This podcast is entitled The Goblin's Leg. It is the first and only episode of the podcast. Welcome to episode 1.
The raven to the wicket. The sick shadow slides under the caravan bus. An RV runs out of gas. Icky, sticky, itsy bitsy spiders, go away! That is the official motto of Goofer's Glen. I am head shaman Blore, and I am thrilled that everyone has joined here today for the ceremony of Pluckman's Grummet. Welcome, welcome all. You could applaud a little, or
Well, that would feel kind of like we're applauding ourselves or something, but I am very happy to be back once again. I spend every summer here at Goofer's Glen, and I'm just excited to try to start growing our membership a little bit again, you know. I know it's a secret society, but we don't want it to be too secret, you know what I mean? We've had a little bit of attrition and turnover lately.
well, it's I am quite disappointed about the turnout this year for the Goblin's Leg, the name of our secret society. I really thought, how many people did we get last year? We had like what, at least 17 last year, right?
Yeah, we're down maybe 14 now. Looks like there's a couple familiar faces I'm not seeing here.
Well, a couple members died.
Well, yeah, they aged out. You know, it happens. It's just really thought more.
Forever will they be.
Well, yeah.
You know,
Anybody like?
You guys are both supposed to say forever they will be.
Forever they will be. Sorry,
forever they will be. All right, yeah. I
Just
was distracted too, 'cause
already slipping on your decorum.
I was
It's
about
a
to
bit-
ask, like, you know, whose fault is this that we don't have any new members? But then I realized it's essentially my fault, right? Because, like, I'm the guy.
No.
I'm the guy. No, I'm supposed to be phone banking and calling up all these Ivy League grads. I'm not talking about Yale and Harvard, but I'm supposed to be calling up these guys who went to, you know, Dartmouth and Cornell and all this shit and being like, hey, do you need a new
A
secret
lot of
society
brown
to join?
kids. A lot of brown kids coming
Well,
in.
you can't
we
get the
got Brown
skull
in
and bone. You can't
Columbia.
compete with the skull and
can we get
bones.
some? What's a place in like Pennsylvania?
And then the
that's,
like West Coast, the Bohemians. You know, everybody goes there first. They don't even think about us. Rand, what about we had Jay Moore here last year. Did Jay Moore cancel?
I'm thinking so. Just from looking around, it looks like it, yeah.
You didn't call him? You didn't check up on it? Did you call anybody before Pluckman's Grummet?
I mean, I forget who I called because I called so many, but like nobody's that interested. You know?
I mean, we have
A lot of people don't
17
pick up
out of the
anymore.
17 people that were here last year. I would assume.
But here's the thing: they see an Indiana phone number and they just assume it's spam. They don't even pick up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should just buy you an account of a different phone number or something. I don't know. It seems like a insane problem, but you know.
Well, Kurt Warner was here last year, and he said that Rand didn't even talk to him beforehand, and he had to hear it, you know, from a different like.
I called Brenda.
Fourth
I called
party.
his wife.
Well, did you make sure
She's not gonna-
Brenda passed it on, or was she just? Did you guys just call just to gossip?
I mean, I mostly was just complimenting her classic haircut.
Well, she loves that, but you know, you
She
probably
doesn't even have the haircut anymore.
Well, I wouldn't know because I haven't seen her in a year.
Yeah,
I
you're
don't know if she
talking on
changed
the
it since last
phone
year.
and you're complimenting her haircut like you just saw it.
Well, I was trying to be nice.
Well,
What do you want from me?
Well, it was. And I want you to call Jay Moore to make sure Jay Moore shows up when we're doing a secret society where there's only 17 people and then we lose 3 people. We gotta like. All right, we're not getting anywhere.
Now Bloor is like the master of ceremonies, like the ringleader, the ringmaster.
The head shaman. I'm the high shaman.
I'm saying you kind of run the show, but like Jay, he's kind of like a like a host in a way too.
I'm
And
a tree guy. I'm a goblin guy. I'm an incantation guy, right? I'm the leader in that regard, but like, you know, I'm not an.
we need a face.
I'm
We
not
need
an
a face. That's Jay.
administration. I'm not an administration guy. I thought Rand was like the administration guy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should introduce myself. I'm Rand O'Nally. I'm sort of the administration guy. I mean, I've been doing my best, but like, look how understaffed we are. It's hard for me to call up. Like, do you
He's
know
like
how many
the
people
chief of
graduate from
operations.
Brown and
That's on
Cornell
you.
every year?
I mean, you got to be.
It's a lot of phone calls.
I'm like, you could at least get one kid. Yeah, I'm like, you got that one kid from Brown, but he was like an optometrist, and like he didn't even know what he was getting into. He thought you were offering him like an internship or something when he showed up last week.
Well, it's kind of like an internship for secret societies, I guess.
Yeah, but he was gone the second he saw the troll. I don't know why he showed him the troll first. Should have showed him the Orange Julius.
Well, it's, since he's studying optometry, I just assumed his eyesight was bad, and he wouldn't even notice it was a troll. You know? I guess he
Wait,
called
why
my
would
bluff.
his eyesight-
Hold on. You think that because his eyesight, he had bad eyesight because he wanted to be an optometrist?
Yeah, why else would you study that? If you had good eyesight, why would you be like, oh, I'm going to study the eye? No. But if you have bad eyesight, you're like, I want to improve my eyes, so I'm going to study eyes. Like,
But you get a doctor you can't even do your own eyes. You can't even do surgery
You
on
can't
your
do
own.
your own. We have doctors.
yeah, but like,
in this-
why would I care? As someone with good eyesight, why would I care about eyeballs? It's so stupid to me. But then if you have like a grudge about it because your eyesight's bad, that's why you start learning about
So
it. you
you're
know?
making your selections and your decisions based on what you would do instead of this is not gonna.
Instead of
Yeah,
what
well, the
Jay
thing about
Moore,
Kurt
if
Warner,
Jay
too, they
Moore
told
knew
Kurt
this was
Warner-
going on right now, Jay Moore would be here.
Kurt Warner was told he couldn't be good enough for the NFL, and that's why he got good at being a quarterback because he had to go play in Canada or whatever.
When we think about 7 years ago when we summoned Astaroth's ankle, right? We weren't able to get the whole demon. We got the ankle. Jay Moore went up there and he licked the ankle. I know Jay Moore is down for the cause. You just got to make sure you call them every time we have a Pluckman's Grummet. Okay? It's just once a year we do Pluckman's Grummet.
It's once a year.
I don't want to.
Once a year, Rand.
I'm trying to like record all this for posterity's sake, and I feel bad just getting so wound up at Rand here. But really, man, Jay Moore is like a zealot. You gotta call him.
I mean, we still have a screening of Small Soldier set up for tomorrow. Do we want to skip that now?
No,
or-
I want to watch Small Soldier.
Well, at least we'll get to see him in that movie.
But we're not going to get to do any kind of Q&A with him about it.
Listen, just, after, maybe when we get a moment, just slip off and just give him a quick call. Maybe he's in the area. Maybe he's in the Midwest. Maybe he can get here in an hour.
All right, I'll put him on my list.
Just put him on. Just text him, maybe, at the very least. Send him a picture. If Pluckman comes, he'll be furious.
All right.
But, yeah, let's get on to it a little bit. We've kind of talked to you a little bit, Rand. Henderson, if you'd like to kind of introduce yourself.
Well, you know who I am. I mean, what?
I'm recording it for posterity. I said this so we can have I can go through later.
We're making it like a record. I thought. I mean, that's.
It's just for me. I know this is just for me, but I still I want to have something to look back on when I'm planning out. The next Pluckman's Grummet, I can remember.
And,
Okay.
maybe we can use this as promotional materials, kind of like a university does to get students.
I'm just going to open a Word doc and I'm going to type fucking call Jay Moore and I'm going to email you that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not great with computers, but I can do that.
You got to call Jay. You got to email him.
All right.
Well, I mean, there's not much to really to talk about and put me on the spot.
Well, when did you join, Henderson?
About 2007.
And you've been a very loyal member since then.
Every year we have to come out here and meet, and we have our festivities and our relationships that we have to expand and grow upon, and it's really about keeping those connections so we have them in our actual society through our secret society. And over the years, I mean, I've changed positions multiple times in my career, my professional career, but in this place, I'm merely a humble servant and a gargoyle to the cause.
Gargoyle?
Yeah, I've decided that I'll be a gargoyle from now on.
Or you're in the process of becoming a gargoyle, or?
Correct.
All right. Is that like a spell?
Is that like
an
is that like a
incantation?
different organization you're in that does?
Well, if you've seen the show, you'd know.
What show?
The animated one? The Disney one?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, the cartoon. Okay. Wait, you want to become a real gargoyle, not like a cartoon, right?
Well, not a cartoon, but like a gargoyle based on the cartoon. I think.
Okay, how do they become gargoyles?
Well, I can't talk about that, but you're basically going to be sitting up there.
Well, what do you mean you can't talk about it? I'm the head of the secret society, or but theologically.
Yeah, there's no
This
secrets.
isn't-
There's no secrets in the secret society.
I mean, maybe if there is some kind of gargoyle technology that you figured out, that's something we can...
I didn't say it was a secret. I just said I can't talk about it.
Well, why not? Does that have something to do with...
I'm not.
Did you make a pledge or something to somebody?
No, I'm
Well,
not
how's that different
exactly
than
sure
a
how.
secret?
Are you
What
just
makes
being
this different than a
shy, or are
secret?
you embarrassed, or is this
I can't get a word in edgewise, so maybe I won't. Maybe I'm not a gargoyle. Maybe I won't become a gargoyle.
Oh no, but gargoyles are silent, right? So a gargoyle could never get a word in.
Well, it's not a secret. I don't really exactly know how it works, but I'm in the process of it.
So, like, your whole body would be like stone?
Yes and no.
Well, like, during the day it would be skin, and during the night it would be stone? Is that how the gargoyles worked?
Or is it vice versa?
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, so at night they were just guys?
Well, they're gargoyles, but I mean they're not just some guy like a human guy walking around.
Oh, they still have like wings and stuff. They're just
It's not like a guy just walking around in like jeans.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. It'd be a gargoyle during the day, and then at night his wings would fall off, and he'd walk around in his jeans.
No, the wings do not fall off. They don't wear jeans. I'm not going to wear jeans as a gargoyle.
I mean, you have to wear pants of some sort, right?
No.
Did the gargoyles wear pants?
No.
Well, it didn't show their penises. So what happens to your penis when you turn into stone? Does it get like sucked up and make a mound like a Ken doll?
Can we?
Are you mad at me?
I think he's embarrassed a little.
There's a lot of questions.
I think you'll know when I'm a gargoyle. You'll just.
All right. We'll drop it. I won't ask you any questions about becoming a gargoyle or anything like that. Is that okay? I wasn't trying to big time you. Trust me.
Basically, I just sit up there,
Right, and you watch. That's like the whole point of a gargoyle is they're like watchers and protectors.
And well, scare them around, scare off stuff too.
Yeah,
know?
well, protectors. Like, same thing I said.
So are you going to be a gargoyle for our society? Like, is that going to be like your job here, or is that just like your hobby, and then with us you just hang out? Or like, what's the deal?
We'll figure it out.
Have you taken any steps? Like, to, like, even research-wise?
Oh, yes. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Any leads, or?
I've been going up on buildings. I've been sitting up there.
No, I'm talking about, like, reading,
just looking down, and I kind of I sit up there, and I look down, and I just keep an eye on things,
But, like, an old dusty book or anything? Have you, like, blown off the dust off of a page and gone, oh, here's something? Because that's usually how most, like, normal occult research kind of begins is, a really dusty book. Probably the dustiest one you can find.
I think sometimes you just know,
I think you're playing this really fast and loose.
High Shaman Blor's right, though, of like that's how Pluckman's Grummet began, with a dusty old book. And it's like, hey, the book, you open it up, it's like, hey, have you ever heard of Pluckman's Grummet?
It's so
like,
dusty.
Oh, what's this? Whoa,
it was
what's
so
this?
dusty.
And it says, okay, here's the deal. You got to go to the Okie Dokie tree before you want to do Pluckman's Grummet. And we're like, all right.
And we're recording this now in front of the ancient tree, the ancient 23-year-old Okie Dokie tree. As you can see here, it looks vaguely like a penis.
I mean, it's 23 in human years, but that's like 115 in tree years.
It's got the two burls. Are you familiar with burls?
Am I familiar with burls?
Do most people know just what a burl is?
Oh, I think so. The protrusion.
He's got two burls on the bottom of the tree, the Okie Dokie tree. Two burls that sort of make it look like it's a penis. Not like a lot. I don't want people to people sometimes, get excited for, the penis-shaped tree, and it looks more like just a regular tree. But it's slightly penis, but it's a very powerful type of carnal mana that flows out of a, penis-like tree. Lots of spirits would be drawn to such a thing, if one can imagine. That's where we get the power of this Okie Dokie tree, hidden deep within Goofer's Glen, where we operate most of our secret occult business.
And the other thing about those burls is that it helps passersby to know that this tree is not a gargoyle, because gargoyles don't have penises, apparently.
Well, they might freeze into stone, I think is what he was saying. I think he said that. I think I can quote him on saying that, actually, is that it's just a stone penis, or it's a Ken doll.
But then why don't you see it there?
Because I don't think... I've never seen a living gargoyle. The only gargoyles I've ever seen have been made out of stone and immobile.
Well, anyway...
Is he mad at us?
I think you guys have like kind of a misunderstanding of what a gargoyle is or does, or how someone becomes a gargoyle. So,
we're asking you to clarify for us, but you seem a little bit
basically what you
it.
told us is that you like to go to buildings and pretend you're a gargoyle, and you think that eventually you'll just kind of become.
Well, that's part of my
a gargoyle.
Training and practice and the process of.
So are you practicing to become a gargoyle, or you think that acting like a gargoyle will make you a gargoyle?
I mean, I'm not acting like one. I'm practicing being one because I am becoming one.
Okay, but the practicing is just, to practice. You don't think it's making you become a gargoyle?
Well, we'll see.
Am I off base here, Rand?
I think this might be. I might be partly to blame here because I know last year when Jay Moore was here, I introduced Henderson to Jay, and Jay was telling him how when he made Small Soldiers, he acted like a small soldier for about 4 years beforehand. So I think Henderson has misunderstood method acting, and now he thinks he can just become anything.
He did
by
not,
method
which
acting.
is even crazier because Jay Moore did not play a small soldier.
He didn't play a small soldier.
He played a human, which is
He played a guy that
understand
made the small
mindset.
soldiers.
yeah. I
of
guess he really wanted to empathize with their characters. So wow, what an actor!
That has nothing to do with it anyway.
And I wish Jay was here because
I knew the gargoyle thing I was thinking about before I even met Jay.
if we summon Pluckman's gonna go like, "Where's Jay?" And I'm gonna have to explain.
We don't need another disaster like that.
Well, yeah. All right.
Like when everyone got sick after we ate that Osimo, the Honda guys, they brought their Osimo, and we all killed it, and we ate it, and then the whole next week, all of us, we're so sick.
And then the week after
And
that,
they told us you're not supposed to eat the Osimo. It's a robot.
I mean,
It can't be eating.
It did not taste like a robot is. I don't know how. I don't know what they're doing with it, but
It was tender.
it was tender. It was very tender.
It seems insane to me that you could eat an animal but not a robot.
It was like
It's basically the same thing.
it was like braised short rib, the whole thing.
No, they're worse. They're worse than animals.
Yeah,
Because
they need to
don't
be
have,
eaten.
they don't have. They're not cute. They need to be like just broken down and beaten down and
Yeah, and then eat.
made into a Christmas robot.
That reminds me, Rand. Did you let everyone know? Did you send out the new password
Password.
to get in? People should
doesn't
be
know.
arriving.
He doesn't know. It's just great. The guy that sets everything up doesn't even know what you're referring to.
I mean, we have a door. They don't even need the password because we got a doorbell. We'll hear it ring. We'll just go get them. It's not a big deal.
That's the whole reason we got the ugly man. We had this meeting 2 weeks ago. We got the ugly man to run the door.
We spent a fortune.
We spent
on
a
him.
fortune on that ugly guy.
I mean, we already had the doorbell. I was saying
He's
people could just ring
SAG
it.
somehow in Indiana. How do you get SAG in Indiana? It doesn't matter. What's the password, Rand? Do you remember?
No, I thought you knew because you're talking about it so much.
No, I know. Me and Henderson know.
We know.
You look at the ugly man who is in front of the door. You are shocked by how ugly he is. You look at the floor and you say, E-I-E-I-O. That's the password, Rand.
It's the password, Rand. How do you... You're fucking this up,
The main
Rand.
thing of the secret society, first of all, is that people know to come here and you call Jay Moore. And the second thing is you remember the password or else it's just a society. Do you want to belong to a society? We already do. We got a whole secret one here, and I don't want you to blow it, Rand.
I just think EIEIO is a little bit childish.
Oh, wait.
For a secret society.
Blower. Rand, please tell me you at least got the oysters for the big shuck. That's essential to this whole
Dude,
thing.
if Pluckman doesn't.
If he comes and we're not shucking.
I got the olives. The olives came.
Well, I hate to say this, but Jay Moore was supposed to bring them.
Oh my God.
If you would have told Jay Moore, he would have been here with 1,000 oysters. I'm not going to let you pin this on Jay Moore. Sometimes Jay Moore gets so into summoning the demon that I'm summoning that I get a little freaked out by him. You know how hard you want to have to see a demon in order for me to get freaked out by how bad you want to see it? Jay would have brought the oysters if you told him, Rand.
Well, I did tell him like 6 months ago, but then I forgot to call him like this week. He needed his memory jogged, I guess.
And you're not even wearing
I
any
thought he was on top of
corduroy.
it.
No corduroy.
Are we doing corduroy again this year?
Corduroy is holy to us. I feel like you can't remember any of our rules of our secret society.
Well, I'm not the rule keeper. I'm just the phone banker, I don't
Yeah,
have
but
to
you're like
remember
the
stuff.
chief of operations of this whole thing. Like, your name is on, like, the plaque.
You get to wear the third fanciest hat at the whole ceremony.
Oh, the one with the little
You wear
spinny,
like
the
a
little
you wear like
spinny
a
thing on top?
tuxedo like year round.
It's got a whole series of globed objects that rotate your head. Do you think you get the good hat by not working hard, Rand?
I've been working hard. I just haven't been working smart, apparently.
Rand
You know what I
said,
mean? I can't get these
"I'm
people
gonna
to return my
go.
calls. I'm calling all day.
I'm gonna go meet up with the rest of the Goblins Lake this year. I'm gonna take a big fat shit in front of all of them and tell them to eat it and tell them it's a demon. And they're all gonna believe me because I don't give a fucking shit about anything."
I didn't do that.
What's the
It sounds like you did that. Sounds like you took a big shit on all of us.
Rand? What's the motto of the Goblins Lake?
I don't know. Et tu, Brute?
Icky,
pluribus
sticky,
unum?
itsy bitsy
Icky,
spiders,
sticky,
go
itsy
away.
bitty spiders, go away.
Oh my God, man.
You gotta go through okay. I really, I know I'm head shaman and I'm summoning demons and everything, but I'm starting to feel like a dick. Rand, just promise me you'll go through the black book again. Just go through the black book.
Just finger through it.
All right. I mean, see, okay, here's the thing. I forget all these little rules and little phrases and stuff, but I feel like I've done more for this organization than anybody. Like, remember when Bohemian Grove, those guys got the world's second largest outdoor pipe organ, and then I got us the world's third largest outdoor pipe organ. Like, that's pretty fucking big, all things considered.
Do we got anyone who can play the pipe organ, Rand?
Well, not yet, but once we get someone, it's gonna be awesome.
You're trying to get the troll to do it, and he almost broke it in half.
Yeah, let me just get one of the Frankensteins in the haunted house that we spent a fortune on to play an organ instead of sitting in the haunted house scaring the members like they're supposed to do.
We had Pharrell here 2 years ago. We didn't even think to ask him if he knew how or if he knew anybody.
Well, I think we had to kick Pharrell out because he accidentally snuck some people in, right? Like, we looked under his big hat. Remember his hat?
I remember his hat.
We
I
looked
remember
under
his
his
big
hat.
hat.
What are you guys talking about his hat? It looked fine.
It was a
looked
big
normal.
hat. He snuck people in. We made him
Yeah, he
run
had the-
around.
I think it was pretty normal size. I don't know what.
No, we had a
This was
whole
about,
rat.
I
We
don't
did.
know, maybe this was like 2012 or something, and we were like, Pharrell, your hat's so big. And then we were wondering completely separately, remember that Malaysian air flight plane
Oh, I'm quite familiar with it.
where all those people disappeared? Like, where is it, right? And then it turned out it was under his hat.
Okay, all right. So now I'm the asshole because I say I'm going to become a gargoyle, and you guys don't believe me. But now you're telling me that he had a whole plane
He did. All those
Under
we had
his-
to kick those people out.
under
They
his
weren't
damn
invited.
hat.
But
They
then-
weren't invited.
Well, it was a Ratatouille type situation in which some people were driving around Pharrell through his hat. And we did get a small goblin onto the plane, kind of set this thing up for us. It managed to work out. Didn't go as smoothly as I thought it would, but yeah, Pharrell hasn't showed up in what, 2-3 years?
I couldn't come the year you guys watched Ratatouille, so I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, it's a rat that's in a hat. And it's in a chef's hat, which is kind of similar dimensions to Pharrell's hat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why would the rat be in the hat?
What celebrities do we have left anyway? We don't got Pharrell anymore. Is Amy Mann here? Did anyone see Amy Mann?
No, because Rand didn't get the cigar she likes.
How come I have to do
You didn't
everything
get the
all the time?
Cubans, Rand?
Why am I doing all of the work for? Like, can't we divide up the work
I'm
a
the
little
tree
bit more
guy.
equitably?
I gotta practice being a gargoyle.
I got the olives.
Oh,
I'm
there
not
we go.
even supposed to
Henderson's
get
the
the
weak link.
olives.
While he's up there, like, looking down from the top of buildings, he could be looking for his cigar store while he's at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so no one should be watching to see if any ghouls are surrounding the whole place. All right, that's fine.
How
I
would
guess
they,
we
what
just-
ghouls?
We're just going crazy.
Hell, I'd love for the attention of ghouls now. Billy Zane's not here. We don't have any of the Billies.
We used to have Billy Crystal, Billy Joel.
We used to call them the Three Billies, and they'd show up and they'd raise Cain and kick shit over and drink, and they loved it. Now, I guess, I just... No,
What are we gonna actually let the Minotaur out?
I don't. Let's keep the Minotaur up again this year. I'm not emotionally ready to take on that Minotaur.